Hey, Platinum. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 85. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Yesterday we reviewed the structure changes of Duolingo. Let's see if we can complete a unit. We'll try to complete the entire unit in a day. But before we do that, we're gonna do our usual thing. 今日は日本語を話します。そして日本語をわかります。そう。歴史。You know a Japanese YouTuber who speaks in Hindi had closed his channel because he was making fun of Indians and got so much hate, so he quit. He had millions of subscribers. I'm sorry to hear that. However, if he did have millions of subscribers, he has assumed the responsibility of having relationships with a lot of people. So naturally, someone in that position must act professionally in many ways. It sounds like that person was incredibly successful until they stopped being diligent and vigilant about being a public figure. Perhaps they will find other ways to use their success. I see. I'm not gonna mention the name out loud for my personal recording, but that's an interesting share. I don't usually for the professionalism, like I take content creation much like I take most of the things I create. I will attempt to not use names and make commentary on people's careers outside of my own, unless I really find them incredibly influential for myself personally. So I don't know this person. I don't have a parasocial relationship with this person, nor do I have a professional relationship with this person. So regardless of that person's statistics and career, I'm sorry to hear that they had a dissonance with the community that they had. Perhaps that person is burned out from regulating all of that. So yeah, I mean, that's your opinion, right? That is your opinion. So if the person stopped, then they stopped for reasons of personal concern. So whether you try to speculate or not, whether it is acceptable or not, that is probably somewhere you may want to keep to yourself to some extent. And I am a person who respects people's professional consequences and actions they make, much like I respect your opinion. So we'll probably leave it at that, really. Starting controversy with another content creator is not something that I typically partake in. So it's unfortunate that it didn't work out for that person. Let's see here. Oops. What does it mean? We have Rekishi, which is history, the topic history, like in class. And then we have you being Kyoku. You being Kyoku, like a post office where you write like mails and send off mails, like paper mail. And then we have Kuki, which is air, like the air we breathe. Ginko, which is a bank. And then Inari. Oh no, that's not right. Inaka, which is the countryside. Oops. And then we have Enpitsu. Yes. Wait. Yeah, I think Enpitsu. Enpitsu. Yeah, Enpitsu. Oh, pencil. Can I also write in English with brackets? Today is my Japanese day, so we're not going to write in English today. But I will be talking about them in English. So it's the reverse today. The next day we'll be writing in English but talking about it in Japanese. Hello there, Hugh. What? What are you arming about, Hugh? So, Koko, which is high school. I guess I'm sticking to Hiragana for the most part so far. Also have Ki. For tree. Had to throw in a kanji. Actually, we might as well throw in all the kanjis, right? Sensei. Oh, that's a little much. That's a bit bigger than... Daigaku. Daigaku. Or university. This is the new kanji. Right here. I don't think we have any others. These are old ones being used in new meaning. I'm avoiding katakana at the moment. I kind of lump them together nowadays. Fukuya, which is clothing store. What is my favorite country? Well, my favorite country can be the only thing I experience. So it's the United States of America. I can only make commentary and talk about somewhere that I've lived most of my life, which is the United States. Let's see. Oh, right. Huben. Huben. Inconvenient. When did Duolingo add hearts to the desktop version? I have no idea. They have always had hearts when I started, which is February 2024. Waylon. I have no idea. Although I did hear like some threads and stuff about hearts, but it's definitely before my time. Hi, Indy. Hi. I think that covers all the hira kanji terms from last unit. And now it's time to kind of swap over to katakana here. Okay. Stagiamo. Stagiamo. Koto in terms of court, as opposed to a coat. Oops. I kind of make that a little too long. There's a little slight question mark, like a little 80% hesitation there. But dura gustoa. Dura gusto. Gu. Dura gusto. Dura gustoa. Dora gustoa. Yeah. What is my favorite subject in studies? The current subject, usually when it comes to favorites, it's also the current thing that I'm doing, so Japanese. Let's see. Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Shopping center. Yeah. Shopping center. What else we got? I think we're close. It's around 20. I think it's around 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think I can pull 4 more. Okay, I think I'm classmate. Yeah, classmate. Or actually, it might actually be. Oh no, I mean that looks. No, this looks fine. Mm. Oh wait, I have another hirakana word. Shinsetsu. Yeah, shinsetsu. The one I struggle pronouncing the whole time. I've got to write that down too. あなたの好きなゲームは何ですか? My current game is my favorite game is the current game that I recently played. So it will be the most recent would probably be, honestly, I'll give the nod to Dave the Diver. My most recent favorite game would be Dave the Diver. That was sometime last year. I held on to something and now I have forgotten. Let's go through what else is on campus. If we look around, I was holding on to something and then I've forgotten. Oh, right. The predicate that I'm struggling with. Sotsukyo suru. Sotsukyo suru. Tsukyo. Is it so? Oh no, wait, maybe it's not so. Oh, I mean, Ado, sorry. Ado, that's not it. I meant to... Oh, is it Ado? No, it's so. Sorry, whoops. I wrote the wrong thing. Yeah. So Tsukiro. This is what happens when I get distracted from writing, but yeah. Tsukiro. Tsukyo. I feel like how they're pronouncing it, Sotsukyo, but I think Sotsukyo is a lot more flowy to me. So I'm probably gonna stick to that until I can hear more samples. But Sotsukyo. Sotsukyo. Sotsukyo suru. I like how you said that's ru, but you got it wrong, and then you typed ro, even though you're like writing in all caps, but you actually made an error too. I'm on to you, Indy. And plus, I would have noticed after I pronounced it a couple times, but go back in the closet, Indy. You played yourself. Oh, why? You still messed up the alphabet. Your favorite game is Free Fire? You mentioned that. Indeed. Your favorite game is Free Fire? Why did you look different? Why did you look different without hat? Why did I look different without hat? I usually get a haircut and then I wear a hat for like a couple weeks or so. Keep my hair from looking like a porcupine. So I probably look different because my side had hair on the side. Right here. And then there was one other predicate. Oops, that's a bad stroke right there. So shimaru. The intransitive close. Sumaru. Shimaru, sorry, shimaru. Shimaru is intransitive close. To be contrast to shimeru, which is also opposite of hajimaru. And hajimeru is the transitive. So they're sticking with intransitive right now. Shimaru. You will learn more English from Duolingo? That sounds great. I wonder what native language are you using to learn English from Duolingo? I would love to hear your experience with your native language that you decide to choose to learn the target language, English. I think that's it. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, that's 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's probably all of them. Pretty much all of them. Since we are only reviewing half units now, or now each unit is only one topic. So I think that's all of them, or most of them anyways. I could make the argument for like oops, that's not what I meant. Why am I drawing a blank? Hang on. I'm trying to see if I lowered the volume. Oh yeah, I did. No, this is fine. I was gonna say I could make the argument for tonari. No, not yeah, tonari. Oops. My pen stopped moving to the left. I could make the argument for tonari to be expressive in the sense of neighboring places, which was used to describe like nearby like neighboring town and stuff, but that's kind of a stretch. All right, that's good enough. There we go. Writing some Japanese. I think writing in general is okay. It makes it harder to translate, obviously, but fine. Okay, all right. So now we got shop for clothing. We had we already saw the guidebook part of this when they were still slapped together, so like that. You actually don't know any language correctly? I don't know why. What do you mean by you don't know any language correctly? It sounds like you can understand me, and you can write, and I can understand you. That sounds like it's good enough. What do you feel is to know a language correctly? Hang on. I need to give me a sec. I forgot that I turned off the sound to see what sounds were part of this, and I don't know if the personal contact and stuff is visible. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get that dopamine sound back in. Okay. So, shopping for clothes. Let's see. Hopefully, because of this new format, that what it means is that whatever this is, we're going to get all of our kanji, probably, from this set. Because it's a unique set of introduction. So this is probably where we get all of it. Alright, let's hop right in. Kutsu. Okay. At least it's kutsu still. Kutsu shita. Kutsushita.
Kutsushita?
Yeah. Kutsushita. At least kutsu is still there. That kind of makes sense, I suppose. It's kind of not the greatest combination of kana for my sub. Kutsushita. I'm still also getting used to the deshita as well. Kutsushita.
Kutsushita?
Kutsushita. Alright. I don't know why Ichi and San is here. That's kind of maybe. Oh, new counter. We're gonna get a new counter probably. I feel like whenever numbers are here, so this is unique. So whenever there's like new word stuff, N1, like the introduction one, will always have a unique pool with flashcards and images that won't ever come up again. It means that I don't know any language perfect. I know a little bit of English and Hindi not perfectly. I don't think there's anyone in the world that knows a language perfectly. I don't think people can master life skills. However, I can see why you don't feel like if you think that you can learn a language perfectly, I can see why you would feel that you don't know any language correctly. If that is your thought about what it means to know a language correctly. Platinum.
短い靴下を買います。
短い靴下を買います。I buy socks. I buy short socks. Okay, sure. Is this still be using as short? Yeah. I'm going to buy short socks. Sure. Worn out. Ooh, interesting. I wonder what contextually you can use worn out for. It's probably stuff, as opposed to, because we have the phrase to be in a state of tired or to be tired, but worn out is interesting, and I'm assuming it's about clothing, worn out clothing, right? I'm going to buy short socks. 短い靴下を買います。Okay. Friday, sometimes out? Out. Interesting.
古いジーンズ。
古いジーンズ. Oh yeah. We finally got our first pseudo replacement for pants. Jeans. 古いジーンズ. Old jeans. Interesting. Worn out and old. Huh. Hideous is coming back. Atadashi Jinzu o Kibas? Are you bringing back where? No, you're not bringing back where. Kaimashita, sure.
買いました
I was expecting them to use a bring back at the predicate where, because we haven't used it since the last clothing unit.
長い靴下。
長い靴下。靴下。靴下。長い long, wait, long socks? Okay, sure. Long socks. And that is certainly one way to bring back Michikai and Nagai, the antonyms.
新しいジーンズが欲しいです。新しいジーンズが欲しいです。
You can also me Bobby? Oh, that's fine. I know. Do I love playing chess? I used to play chess. I don't think I've ever loved playing chess. No. I used to play chess though. You can call you Bobby? Alright, I'll try to remember that. Usually I just go by the person's handle. Yeah. Okay. I'll try to remember that as best as I can. I'll probably use it a bunch of times, Bobby. Atadashi jeans ga hoshii desu. I want new jeans. And I'm likely to believe that jeansu is referring to blue jeans, but you know, jeans come in many shapes and sizes. I don't actually know how nuanced jeansu is.
ボロボロのブラウス。
Oroboro. Oh, oroboro. Wow, that no, no. It's boro. It's boroboro. I the moment I heard boroboro, I started thinking of oroboro, but that's a whole different thing. Oh.
ボロボロのブラウス。
Oh, that's kind of cute. That's a cute word. It's because it's a repetition, but
ボロボロのブラウス。
boroboro no black, yeah, buraus, bringing it back. It actually kind of looks cool too, the katakana. Wait, where does this come from? Boroboro. I'm trying to think of a Mandarin word. No. Is it like maybe it's a sound? No. Boroboro. Interesting. Boroboro no blouse. Huh. Worn out blouse. Boroboro.
ボロボロ
Boro boro.
カラフルなセータ
Seta. Sweater. I hear it. I hear it. After seeing it. Seta. Okay, got it. Seta. Although I feel like it's closer to like setter. What this makes me think of is setter. Seta. As opposed to sweater. Setter. Seta. You have tried learning English in Duolingo, but it translates to Hindi. I don't understand Hindi also sometimes. What should you do? You can learn both at the same time. Probably. What I mean is, if you don't know enough Hindi, you can practice both simultaneously. It is possible. So if you know enough Hindi to translate English into Hindi, you can actually simultaneously learn them. And then obviously you can try using outside sources. Maybe have a dictionary for your language that you are most comfortable with. So like if Hindi is your native language, you can have a dictionary on the side. Sometimes it is incredibly beneficial for both languages. If you're learning something else, but you are more familiar with another thing, and then you combine them. That's actually a very common technique. More common than one might think. Like for instance, for me, I'm actually learning quite a bit about English when I'm learning Japanese. I'm actually English has become quite a lot more interesting when I need to learn the context of English in the context of English while using Japanese. So I wouldn't be too confident about lots of the things I know about English. So I say them to myself, and then in the evening when I'm done with my Duolingo sessions, I actually look up English things. Like sometimes I ask myself here, words that are Japanese reminds me of in English, and it allows me to explore different parts of my native language. So perhaps if you make a mistake or you don't know something in Hindi, you can have whatever resources you have, since it's your native language, like the language you're using to translate, and you can actually try to learn them simultaneously. And it mirrors this very popular theory that most people are pushing around, which is comprehensible input, as in you know enough to use the language, but then you can use references to discover and encourage yourself to complete the picture. And for me, even for myself, my English is not great enough to provide additional comments on it. However, I make the attempt to. So even here, when I seta, the moment I think about it, I thought it was saying setter. And the problem with setter is I'm not even sure if this is how you spell this word, or if this is even in English, if it's even correct. So right now, that's what I'm thinking of, right? But sweater, I get it. It does make sense. I don't use this word very often, actually. I don't say sweater quite often. I usually say like a jacket. Like whenever the opportunity for sweater comes up, I usually say, "Oh, do you have a jacket?" or something, because I don't picture people wearing lots of sweaters. I usually picture them wearing jackets or a hoodie, for example, a hoodie. So this is where I'm exploring my English while I'm learning this stuff. It helps engage me. I think it's a psychological fallacy, in my opinion, for people to think that if you're a person who intuits your native language, you can't choose to engage in your native language while also learning another language. So I think that's something that I contrast with a lot of people. If you don't engage with your native language, then it certainly makes sense to immerse yourself in Japanese. But I care about my native language a lot. So my interest in my own native language while learning Japanese, Tavi, allows me to both learn Japanese more, like more engaged in Japanese, while at the same time also engaging in my own native language. I usually like it that way. Where I don't simply use all my skills without learning more about the skills in the context of the new skill that I'm developing or acquiring. It's probably not going to work for a lot of people, but for myself, that's my approach most of the time in life. When I play a new video game, I bring all my skills, or at least as many skills as I can, to a new video game, even if the video game doesn't challenge it. It's bringing some part of me to another product or another object, service, skill. I like to integrate all my skills. I think personally, as one grows older, that is what makes adults more efficient learners than children in a different aspect, because they can leverage all their experiences and knowledge to learn something. If you spend time trying to pretend like you're a child, that you can remove all your old experiences and learn new ones, it'll slow you down. Well, you also know a language which is very rare, but Google also didn't translate it correctly. I see. It's Sinhi, similar to Arabic. I see. Yeah, and since it's a rare language, I doubt Duolingo has a course that uses that into English. I don't know if I shared this with you already, Bavi, but I speak Fujianese. Fujianese is actually my first acquired language. However, it is a rare dialect of Mandarin, so I can't learn anything about it. I can't improve it outside of my parents, and most certainly people won't be using it to teach. Like, for example, I could learn Japanese if they said kara, what is this? Karaburu. Karafuru na seta, right? Seta. They could just tell me yara nanai. Not, oh wow, I can't even actually, I don't know how to describe it. It would be cool. Oh, so this is like your Hindi thing. I don't actually know how to say colorful sweater. Muong. I think muong or something close to that is sweater. So if I get reminded of Fujianese, using Fujianese, then I would learn Fujianese simultaneously. So, yeah. I've heard my parents say sweater a bunch of times, and now I've forgotten it. So if they provided the Fujianese for sweater audially, like auditorially, and then I can see it, then I would learn to associate the sound with the writing for Fujianese, and then as well as colorful. I only know how to say nganai, which is color. So then I could say like a lot of color instead. So yara nganai. However, if they provide the audio and the line, then I would be able to associate colorful with my understanding of color in Fujianese. So then I'm learning at the same time, and I'm getting comprehensible input. So that's why when I am done with Japanese, I'm fairly confident that Mandarin will be a different story, because I can easily associate sound with whatever I'm seeing. I no longer have to produce the sound, tell me what the sound is, and have to develop that intuition with like things like this in Japanese. When I say seta, I'm not thinking sweater. Like it's very difficult to associate that. But if my mother said nganai, I would know immediately what it is. And the next step is just to see the actual character. The actual character is all I need to do in the future. So for Mandarin, I'm already have the intuition of associating meaning with sound. You cannot understand Japanese, you try learning it, but I don't know why I get frustrated and you quit. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have a friend or something who you could learn Japanese with? You have any friends that are interested in Japanese? You tried because of the anime? Do you have any people around you that like to watch anime as well? If you get frustrated, sometimes learning with other people, like maybe a close friend or something who watch anime with you, you can learn Japanese while like conversing about anime. Sometimes a person around you who are doing the same thing can kind of offset frustration. You know, encourage each other, like watch an anime and then you watch anime together and you talk about it, and then you like after you watch a show, you can also, you know, become closer with someone else and you can review like, oh, which words did you catch in anime when you guys were watching the anime. That kind of thing can help offset like the frustration part, the need for motivation to do things, sharing an experience with someone, and you can become closer to a friend. Perhaps finding someone who shares interest in anime with you, and then suggesting like, hey, you want to learn some Japanese words with me, so that your anime experience can be different. That would be kind of like mixing up your interest of anime in order to provide motivation for learning Japanese. Obviously, these are just ideas. That's what would be my thought in the process. You watch it with English subtitles to understand? Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, lots of people do that. Obviously, you quit, meaning it's not needed to enjoy anime, right? I think most people, when they go out to learn Japanese, they really, really want the feeling of understanding the Japanese, right? However, if you're perfectly fine and happy with watching anime with English subtitles, that's probably good enough, right? Karafuru na seta. Colorful sweater. Okay. That's certainly a sweater, alright. Sono seta. Sono seta wa takai desu. $3 bills.
高い
Takai.
この靴はちょっと
Oh, I saw Yasui without the kanji. What the heck, Duo? What is kono? Kono kutsu wa chotto. I don't understand why this is
こ
highlighted.
の
Oh, wait, no. Oh yeah, they're switching back. Then never mind, they're switching back. It's fine. It's okay. I don't really like these shoes. Kutsu shita. Or socks. Okay.
この服はダサいですか？
kono fuku wa dasai desu ka? I'm still not sure why dasai is in this form. Dasai.
この服はダサいですか？
Like it has dasa, right? Dasa in katakana and then e, as in it's a katakana adjective. It tells me maybe it's a Chinese word, but I can't pull up a related sound in Mandarin. Dasai. Oh, and I already talked about this. It reminds me of the phrase nasai, as in garbage or nasty. Nasai. That's the closest thing I can think of. And this means hideous. Dasai. Hideous in this case. You watched Japanese cartoons in your childhood, like Doraemon. I've always wondered Doraemon. I always refer to it as Doraemon. Doraemon. And Shin-chan. Oh, those are kind of Shin-chan is kind of mature, especially if you're watching it with English subtitles. Interesting.
この服はダサいですか？
この服はダサいですか? And now we're back to like a lot of common vocabulary, so pronouncing things, at least in my mind, isn't too bad. Stagey.
ステージ
Stagey. 鉛筆
鉛筆
アーティスト
アーティスト
セーター
歴史
Actually, in India, Doraemon is pronounced not Do-I-Mon in Hindi dubbing. Oh, interesting. So it's just pronounced I actually don't know Hindi pronunciation, so I don't know if it's Mon or Mon. Since I speak English, has many vowels, so it's your guess to inform me how Doraemon is pronounced in the Hindi dubbing.
ボロボロです。
このセーターはボロボロです。Okay, this sweater is worn out. What do we have? 服屋で新しいセーターを探しましょうか? Yeah, should we look for a new sweater at the clothing store? Very nice. Like, oh, this sweater is worn out. Should we look for a new sweater at the clothing store? Right. セータースタジアム Is Korean, Japanese, and Chinese different? I mean, yes. Maybe less so Japanese and Chinese because they have relations with each other, but I'm not sure about how Korean works at the moment. I know because I have some experience with Japanese and Chinese now, but I can't really speak for Korean actually. You'll probably need someone who knows all three. It looks similar in text. Oh, really? In text, Japanese and Chinese have a lot of relations. However, Korean is very recognizably Korean. Or at least to me. And I don't know any Korean, but I can tell you when it's Korean. Let's see. G. Oh, jeans, right? Jeans.
ジーンズ
Jeans.
アーティスト。
ステージ
さこの靴はちょっと
この靴はちょっと
この靴はこの靴もボロボロです。
この靴もボロボロです。
Purple. Nice. It tastes like purple. A dion. Why is the dion being there? Murasaki.
紫
紫のスカート
Murasaki no skato. It's a no color, right? Murasaki skato.
メンズのスーツ
Menzu. Men? Oh, okay. All right. Menzu no suits. Menzu no suits. Men's suits? Sure. Menzu no no. Menzu no section? Onna, yeah.
コーナ
メンズのコーナーにカラフルな T シャツがあります。Something Japanese words pronounced funnier. I didn't want to make fun. I mean, it will sound pretty funny when it's near something that you're familiar with. Things tend to be funny when it's slightly outside of something you're very practiced a lot of times. Like funny in terms of like interesting, right? It raises your attention when something just is a bit off, right? Although I've been doing this for so long, it no longer feels off, but funny in the sense of it's very comforting. メンズのコーナーにカラフルな T シャツがあります。There are colorful T-shirts in the men's section.
メンズのコーナーは何階ですか？
メンズのコーナーは何階ですか？Which floor is the men's section? Oh, that's interesting. Which floor is the men's section? I come from a background that oftentimes, like, a specific store don't typically have more than one floor. But then I've been in the city where lots of outlets have multiple floors, and they usually place, like, men's and women's clothing in different sections by floor.
すみません、メンズのコーナーはどこですか？
すみません、メンズのコーナーはどこですか？メンズのコーナーは2階です。Okay? 2階です。
まず2階に行きます。
Mazu. Oh, is this first? Yeah, Mazu. I like Mazu. We're gonna be using Mazu next time. So, like, 今日はまず日本語を話します。そして日本語を書きます。For example. So I do that all the time at the beginning of my total recall, but instead of using like the phrase I remember or I'll try to recall, I don't have that phrase yet. So I could say, first, I speak Japanese. I'm going to speak Japanese, then I'm going to write Japanese. So 今日は and today. So today, etc. So 今日はまず日本語を話します。そして日本語を書きます。For example, that would be a phrase I could say at the beginning of every single stream to practice those things. Right? Today, first, I'm going to speak Japanese, then I'm going to write Japanese, as in the vocabulary. I don't have the word for vocabulary yet. It's a way to work around that. I thought you are Japanese, but you are learning Japanese. It's similar to me. I'm Indian, but I don't understand Hindi. I'm not Japanese though. I'm Chinese. So my native language, my mother tongue is Fujianese. And I do speak Fujianese. But I can't learn Fujianese even if I wanted to. Or I tried, but the resources are too limited. So the closest thing I have is Mandarin. My common language is English, but my mother tongue is Fujianese. It's the first thing I've ever heard. Like to my ears. Oh no, don't worry about it. No worries. Well, I mean, it's very difficult. Like, I don't know what that funny meme where like, oh yeah, you could tell. Like, can other Asians tell where other Asians are from? It's very difficult. Especially when you don't live, like if you're not in a place where you live around people who look very, very similar, but also different. Like for me, whenever I walk around campus or something at a university, and then there's an international people that visit the university, lots of Chinese people think I'm Korean, and lots of Korean people think I'm Japanese. Or like I look Japanese. So rarely has it been like on point. So, and I do that too for fun, right? It's great to try to make attempts to connect with people. So I personally for myself, you don't really need to apologize for that. Oh man, I forgot what that emote. WTF is Mazu? It's first. Mazu. First.
Mazu.
First of all. So I like this. Now I can use Mazu. Then soshite. Afterwards. So Mazu Indi is a pep. Soshite. I put him in the coin locker. No, just kidding. Yeah, Mazu. First. Yeah, so now I can actually say things. I was just saying this, Indy. So in the beginning of all my streams now, I can say like, Mazu Nihongo hanashimasu. Soshite Nihongo o kakimasu. Because I can actually say those things. I can't actually say more to add, but when I'm recalling, right, like I don't have the predicate for remember yet, but technically I usually say, you know, 今日は today first I'm going to speak in Japanese, and then I'm going to write in Japanese. So at least I could say those things. So I'm slowly forming my introduction, my like stream introduction. Slowly it's coming together. You've only learned that hajime, yeah, to start, yeah. I hear you on that one. Yeah, using to start, the start. Hajime. Me too, by the way. But this is pretty cool, right? It's like first, then second, or like finally. I don't know. I can't wait to see if they introduce like finally. Yeah, soshite is then. Yeah, soshite. I just made that example about writing. Shikashi, shikashi, I haven't been introduced yet, but soshite we have. I have. That's the only form of sequential word right now. So mazu is the next sequential word. This is the second sequential word, so that you can flow tasks. So you can say first and then soshite. And I still need one more word for like finally, or to, you know, like lastly, or something to like wrap it up still to be introduced. So then I could say first, then finally. That would be nice because I personally like those words. Because therefore, in addition, fortunately, lots of those words are really nice. China is near to India, but they are both not friendly to each other. Yes, geopolitics, indeed. Sochte means thinking, or like sochte, the way I'm saying it, means thinking in Hindi. That's kind of cool. What a coinky dink. Nikai ni ikimasu. Nikai ni ikimasu.
2回
Yeah, nikai ni ikimasu. First you go to, oh, okay, I see what they're doing there. Oh, that's kind of interesting way to, oh, this is neat. Oh yeah, this is neat. How this is done. It's actually a different type of feeling and meaning using the non-past tense. Using the non-past tense. It's a different meaning because I mean, technically you're inferring the imperative form though. Or maybe even a bit of a command form here. For English. And obviously this is not the command. This is not imperative or command form. Of that. So that's an interesting interpretation. What are your thoughts, Indy? What is I don't actually remember how you convert. Is it a te form that you do imperatives and commands? Like you go to the second floor, you're actually addressing the person. That is a command based on how this is interpreted in English. Instead of saying first, I go, or I go to the second floor. Command would be te form, yeah. But you see what I mean, right? Indy, this interpretation is the English. It's an English command form. If you know what I mean. Okay, so nom de. Okay, so you use that's it, irregular though. What is key what is iku? Yeah, what is iku? Oh man, iku must be really weird actually. Or kiru. Wait. Ike. Oh, it's just ite? Oh. Okay, ite. Yeah, this to me is more like ite. Ite. Right? Like nikai. Yeah, nikai ni ite is the way they're interpreting it. Like you go to the second floor because it's English command. Instead of first, I go to the second floor. You see what I mean? You've actually looked this up? Oh. This isn't a state? Oh, this isn't a state. Oh, interesting. So then they're fine, right? So they're not switching states. Or a continuous action brought on by a past action. Yeah, that's fair. True. What about the wait. So to use the command form, you need a state change, right? You need a state change. What is the imperative form? Maybe. Am I thinking of the imperative form? So like this is instructional. You see what I mean? Like what I mean is I wouldn't have interpreted based on my limited knowledge. I wouldn't have. That is teiru. Okay, teiru. Like I wouldn't have thought of it this way, but it is interesting. And I don't know if that's what they're going for. Because this is you go to the second floor. It's not I go to the second floor. That person went, like she or he go to the second floor. It's not a narration. Like you're not saying that's happening. You're telling someone you go to the second floor. Or you could say that it's passive and you're describing you go to the second floor in general. Yeah, you would go to... Oh, it would say you would go to the second floor. Okay. Like, this is interesting. I don't know. I can see both ways now. I haven't considered this as... Oh, right, narrative. So what I mean is like... Imagine from a point of a narration, right? Oh, well, yeah. Oh, you are going... No, but then it would be you are going to go to the second floor. That would be future. Right, this is present. I don't know. I just thought this would have said like you are going to the second floor, or I am going to the second floor, or I go to the second floor, or she go to the second floor, or he go to the second floor. But yeah, I get it. It's still fine. I mean, I'm brainstorming. I don't know if Japanese have a different way to express you go to the second floor. But anyways, good talk.
じゃあまずどこに行きましょうか。じゃあどこ。じゃあまずどこに行きましょうか。
Did something will come in you and go? I don't know what that means, Avi. Did something between... I don't understand. It's instructions, but is that a command? Probably both. It's both. In English, it's the stressor. I think it's the stress accent that will tell, in my opinion, if it's a command, or it's instructional, or it's a statement. like what I guess what I'm saying is, based on your stress accent, it's either going to be interpreted as a command or a statement, if you know what I mean, right? For example, first you go to the second floor, or first you go to the second floor, as in right now, go to the second floor. But I get it though. I get why, because they used first, right? They used first, so it sounds like a list of instructions. So it totally makes sense how they're interpreting it, right? It's a very subtle difference in English. Like, for example, if I told you what to do, go to the second floor, make a right, then go downstairs, exit out of the front door. Those are four. That's a series of 4 commands, right? And then you could also say, oh, okay, here are the things. Imagine this. You go to the second floor, go down the stairs, then you go down the stairs. Then after that, you walk out the front door, right? So it can be both interpreted as an instruction or a list of commands. Oops. Or at least that's what I have in my head, but I don't actually know what I do naturally, or what I think about when I say that in English. It's making me think. It's making me think about my English more so, because I can't express it any other way in Japanese at the moment. The last sentence, you will, you have to. That's a different tense, Bavi. When you use have to, that's future perfect. I believe it's more a list of statements. That's fair. I think that's what they're going for. I think a command is always ending with a... That's an exclamatory. I mean, commands could be exclamatory as well, for sure. You can have a command exclamatory. Like do it, yeah. But that, yeah, those are imperatives, right? Actually, now you know what? I'm kind of curious. What's the difference between an imperative and a command in English? What is an imperative sentence? When you make a request, offer advice, issue a command, or give an instruction, you use the imperative mood. Oh, imperative is a mood. And okay, so I'm confusing the type of clause with the mood, the imperative mood. Okay. To put it bluntly, an imperative sentence is a sentence that tells someone to do something. Okay, so we're confusing two things. Imperative sounds like let's. Yeah, but imperative is a mood. So I'm confusing things. So imperative is a mood, like the subjunctive. Like a subjunctive is a mood. Let's go to the second floor. That's not, it can be both imperative or indicative. Or maybe even both. I don't actually even know. So like, for example, when you put in should, it's subjunctive. When you say let's go to the second floor, it could be both indicative and or imperative. Because you could say, like, for example, a narrator, right? A narrator is talking about like what they're doing. Well, let's go to the second floor. Not like let's go to the second floor now, but whenever we can, when we can. So I don't necessarily think the indicative mood has to be imperative. Yeah, let's go to the second floor. Whenever that comes up. As opposed to, let's go to the second floor. Like now. Let's go. Chop chop. First time I'm learning something in social media. I'm learning English also with you. Oh, that's, yeah. Well, I hope something is interesting from all this discussion. Me and Indy are I'm basically telling Indy that his English sucks. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Indy. Thanks for taking one for the team. I'll think of examples. I have counter examples to something that is a command, but it doesn't sound imperative. I'll think of more examples in the future. I have to ruminate on this. I don't actually know if you can do all three or two of them at once. Like, can you sound subjunctive in a command? You can probably. Like, you should go now. You should go now. I feel that's a subjunctive mood, but it's also imperative. You should go now. Sorry. I think a Duo, since Duo is introducing the word first, like the interjection first, right? It makes it sound like it's a list. So and like a list of instructions. So I totally agree with you that they stuck with the indicative. They stuck with the indicative mood in the way they showed it. Like, okay, first go up the stairs, second go down the stairs, and then third exit out the front door, right? So it's basically stating a list of things that you do or will do or soon do or should do or would do. So it's nonchalantly saying these are all the things that every language has interesting words. Had or have. Yeah. So and then when you're saying have, right, had and have into anything, it's perfect tense is what, at least that's what I think it is in English. It's perfect tense. So like first you have to, right, you have to go upstairs, right? Go upstairs. This is this makes it future perfect, as in the future you must do this. So it's perfect. So first you have to go upstairs, and then you can do future past where you could say first you have to go upstairs, and then that's where I draw the line. When you start doing have or had to people, that's when I draw the line. Like, yeah, you're too sweaty. We're gonna pull it back a little. From time to time I've said had before, and when I say had, I laugh to myself because that's past perfect. It's like, oh yeah, yesterday I had a great meal. I'm like, the had and have had. I had learned sentences in school, but I forgot. You don't know why? Maybe they're not useful. Or like, Bobby, you haven't used them in a while. Forgetting often deals with like a lack of use. Indy, why aren't you talking to me? Are you CPRing your brain? Come on, Indy. You're my you're my Texas representative. We have to compare and contrast, you know, Texas and Northeast English all the time. How are we going to encourage each other to broaden our horizons in language learning, Indy? I'm guilt tripping you now. Oh, you stepped away for a moment? I hate you. I basically cursed you to the shallow realm and you didn't even know.
じゃあ、まず、どこに行きましょうか。どこ。まず、どこ。じゃあ、まず、どこに行きましょうか。
行きましょうか。
行きましょうか。
Yeah, see, here we go. Oh, you were brushing your teeth? What the heck? Oh, did you just eat and you brush your teeth after? You're going to shadow realms. Okay, all right. Indy, see, this is what I mean. So now we have ja, right? Okay then. First, where should we go, right? So where should we go, right? This, because they're trying to introduce that because they're using first as an order of operation, they're using an indicative form. However, or the last time, like in the last prompt. However, since now we're using ikimashou, which is should, this is the subjunctive, or the closest thing to it is the subjunctive mood, right? So you could say in the last one, yeah, what is the first step of the instructions? Now, what the thing I'm thinking of is when you mentioned the imperative, right? The imperative. To me, the imperative, it can be both indicative or subjunctive. So for example, to make this, if we remove first, right? I was thinking, when you say you should go now, that's actually the subjunctive, but in the imperative form, or both subjunctive mood, as opposed to you go now, which is indicative, and imperative. That's a suggestion? Yes, because it's subjunctive. But you should go now with an exclamation mark because you say that you think of commands as with an exclamation mark. You should go now. That is the imperative mood combined with the subjunctive mood. It's a strong suggestion. Yeah, like you should leave now. So I'm telling you that when you walked away, that it is possible to say imperative and indicative, like, oh, let's go, right? Like, let's go home. Or, dang, we should go home. We should go home now, right? Let's go home. Or we should go home now. So that's kind of my thought. Why it was a little. Am I from Japan? No, I'm not from Japan. I am from the United States. If that helps. What is the difference between American and British English? Well, that certainly is a loaded question, isn't it? Yes, ne? Lots of things are different between the American English and British English. And I don't know enough since I don't speak both or read both and stuff. Sometimes I say British English words a lot with like dialectic pronunciation stuff. For example, a word that I prefer is status. So status as opposed to status. I prefer respite over respite. I don't actually know if formidable. I'm not sure if formidable is British versus American, because formidable is American. At least that I know, but I don't know about formidable. I say forward instead of forward nowadays. We talked about that. So lots of things are different between them. And then there's dialectic choices. There are also dialectic choices. So like Lu, even though, wait, is this how you spell Lu? See, I can't even spell Lu. Like there are things like water closet, things that are either archaic in one place but not archaic in another place. So there's a lot of preferential dialectic choices as well. There's a lot of difference in pronunciation of Indian and American. Yeah, they are exclusively different languages. How did I start learning Japanese? 85 days ago on Duolingo. That's how I started to learn Japanese. That. Yeah, that's probably the most comfortable time. It's the first time I've learned Japanese. 85 days ago. じゃあまずどこに行きましょうか? Right. So.
そしてまっすぐ行きます。
Indy, I was gonna say like, how's this for imperative subjunctive? You should go to the coin locker right now. Like you should go back into your storage right now. You hear me? You should go back now. Do it. Oh, now I've combined both the both the moods. I think I'm curious. No. Oh, okay, yeah. But so here's the thing, Indy. You think with all your experience with Japanese, do you feel like outside of, you know, polite and not polite, or like polite and casual, do you think Japanese people think of in terms of indicative, subjunctive, and imperative? Do you think of their language where they group how to capture these moods in Japanese? Like what I mean is when a person is speaking, like when you have you been thinking about it in this way? I know that a lot of most people in English, right, when they're native English speakers, they don't actually consciously think of if they're in any of these moods. They just do it, right? But I'm kind of curious if Japanese, like a person who's learning Japanese, starts clumping together or differentiating between these moods because they're English speakers. Because for me, I think about this stuff all the time because it's necessary for professional writing. You have to make sure that the things you are comfortable in knowing, your diction indicates things, while when you're unsure of certain things, like certain sections, even in a scientific writing, you have to be in the subjunctive. So, and then imperative is usually more of a spoken thing. You've never heard a command used in Japanese. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So they might not even need to, not like default at all. What I mean like that is they don't have to make the decision because they default to a specific mood the entire time. That would be interesting. Hades all yaru. Wait. やるとまあすごい no うち oh my gosh, Lotus, that's so hard for me to understand. やると what is やるをやるとま I don't know where the word even is. I don't even know where the phrase even is. Not the right use of that word, but it's for the joke. Give me help me out here. Oh, you've heard a command the other day and was shocked? They were talking to children. I see. You should watch anime. It will help you learn Japanese. I do watch anime. You watch Hollywood? Interesting. No, I didn't forget. I take turns. Takes a bit. I already answered your question, and you already told me that Indian and American are different. Javi. Hades all Yaru. So I have no idea what Yaru Japanese was faces. Yeah, I figured Yaru do was the Yaru do was the particle, but then I don't know what I don't know what matsu is. Janaku. I don't know what Janaku is either, and data. Oh, Yaru is it's to play a game. Oh, okay. I see. And then Masu is on your screen. Oh, okay. What is my favorite Hollywood movie? Oh, hey, Arth. Hello there. Why did you type E twice? What is my favorite Hollywood movie? It's the most recent Hollywood movie I saw, which was... Oh, that's not a Hollywood movie. Okay, the movie before that would be Across the Spider-Verse was the most recent movie I saw. Arth? Oh. Hello. Hello there. No, like look at Duolingo. Oh! Oh, I didn't even get to it yet, Lotus. Don't freaking... You like Across the Spiders? I think the sequel comes out soon. Ooh, I can't wait. Lotus, how can I look at the screen while I'm busy reading two different things, huh? Lotus, what do you think I am? Spider-Man? I'm just kidding. I didn't get a chance to look at the screen yet. Oh, but I do get what you mean by Matsu is on my screen. I actually just put one to one together. Okay, all right. What does this mean?
まっすぐ
Oh, straight. Hold up. So what did you say? Straight. Okay. So Hades. Okay, so Hades all a play with great. Okay. Janaku. I don't know what Janaku is either. And data. It is straight. You play straight, like something play straight. 80s. I don't know, Lotus. That's there's too it's too incomprehensible for me. Means you also excited for Beyond the Spider-Verse, but it didn't come out yet. Yeah, it hasn't come out yet. Lotus. Not Lotus, sorry. Bobby. In India there are lots of Marvel fans like you. Well, that's nice. We'll be able to talk about Beyond the Spider-Verse in the future. But that just happens to be the most recent quote-unquote closest Hollywood movie that I've seen. The most recent movie that I enjoyed that isn't a Hollywood movie is a movie called The Holdovers, but I think that's more of an indie film, and those indie films usually do not resonate with younger people, especially they don't make it out of the United States a lot of times as well. What's my kind of film? Your kind of film? Let's go find some thirsty film. Your film? Barbie. Go watch Barbie, Indy. I just kidding. It was a really good film. Oh wait, that's the most recent film I watched, Barbie. The most recent Hollywood film I watched was Barbie, and I really enjoyed the existential crises and the nonchalant satirical take on the current social political environment in the United States. The existential crises stuff is really great in Barbie. So that is the most recent film I saw. Yes, Barbie, the 2023, 22. I don't remember. 2023 or something. It was last year, right? Yeah, it was last year. Why are you spamming Arth? That's not very productive. I thought boys don't watch Barbie. I don't know if you understand what Barbie is, but it's an adult film. So not the same Barbie, probably. I think you're referring to the Mattel. I mean, technically it's still the Mattel thing, but this movie is incredibly mature. I don't know what that has to do with boys and girls, but that's besides the point. そして straight, go straight. Oh, more directions. Wait, I thought this was about clothing. All right, well, then go straight. Then you go straight. Okay. Once again. I'm not so sure about this imperative mood here. What you thought is children's cartoon? Yeah, Barbie is not a children's cartoon. I hope kids don't think the 2023 Barbie film is for kids. I mean, you can bring your kids to the movie. It's kind of a family film, sort of. It has some very possibly strong innuendos in Barbie. So, そして how do you pronounce this?
そしてまっすぐ行きます。
まっすぐ wait.
そしてまっすぐ行きます。
まっすぐ行きます。まっすぐ行きます。そしてまっすぐ行きます。Then you go straight. Okay. Next hour section about. I don't know what that means. Because your little sister had Barbie doll toy? I mean, yes. Barbie is also a doll toy. Yeah. Kind of like Transformers, right? Technically anime. Barbie is Barbie was a role model for conceptually for a while. It actually, the movie itself talks about that. Yeah, Gundam. Yeah. So there are quite a lot of that. It doesn't necessarily mean it's, have to be viewed in the context of children, right? Technically, anime is for youth culture, but that's also deep cut. Mazu, what is up with all these mas? Masuku. Wait, I've heard this phrase before. Or I've heard this before. Mazuku. Mazuku. Yeah. Whenever we're talking about like mazes, like in anime, yeah, mazuku, masuku comes up a lot. Like go straight to the castle, or go straight up the stairs, or first we go here, or straighten your back. Oh yeah, that's true. Straighten your back. True.
行きます。
行きます。
まず、まっすぐ行きます。
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 Yeah, like when you're thinking about like action anime, right? Whenever they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go straight in, or like we're gonna charge up the front, or like go right directly into somewhere. I hear masuku a lot. Yeah, Arth is spamming. That's okay. It doesn't bother me.
まず、まっすぐ行きます。
Mazu, I like the pause. It kind of, the way they place the pause here is kind of interesting, because that's what commas are, but I don't know how often people actually pause. That's actually how you learn this word in old Duolingo. Oh, masugu, in terms of straightening your back. Huh. Mazu, masugu, masugu ikimasu.
まず、まっすぐ行きます。
Masugu ikimasu.
黒いパーカーはありますか？
Paka. Part? No, paka. Oh my gosh, it's a hoodie.
パーカー。
That's kind of cool. They went with paka. Then it was followed by follow the narrow straight road there. Oh, giving directions in that manner. I see. Do you know Pokemon was your favorite Japanese cartoon in your teenage years? I see. Yeah, Pokemon was a lot of it's very influential on a lot of people. I watched Pokemon when I was a teenager as well, actually. The very first Pokemon series. And then I watched Digimon. Good luck. Yep, that's a lot of spamming, Arth. I had Pokemon cards. I used to have Pokemon cards as well. 黒いパーカーはありますか? Hang on. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Where did the phrase where did parka parka come from? Actually, where did the word parka derive from? Oh, the nets. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Inuits of the Canadian Arctic. Yeah. That's so funny that they're interpreting it as a hoodie. I mean, it is a jacket with a hood though. Parka, and then they're interpreting it as a hoodie. I'm not sure if that's what they're referring to though. Parka, like they do wear parka. You've never heard something called a parka? I heard it once. And it was in the Like a Dragon series. One of the mainstay characters were a parka. And it is a parka. Or it's more like parka. They do wear a parka though. It was wow, it's been so long. Oh no. Saijima. Yeah, Saijima. Saijima. Saijima wore the parka. However, it's far from a hoodie, right? Because a hoodie is not a parka, but that's kind of interesting that they introduced parka. But parka are commonly worn as well. It's just as common. But I wouldn't call it a hoodie. I'd just call it a parka or a parka. Well, you get to know the answer if you touch violet words. No, yeah.
Parka.
Yeah, the answer is right here. Yeah, like a Parker, right?
Parka.
It's at the end. But hoodies, I can see that. Because a jacket doesn't have a hood, typically. Some people say jacket with a hood, which is a
Parka.
that. Wait. Oh, do you have? Okay, so they're reversing back to possessions. Fair enough. Do you have a kuroi parka?
Parka.
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 歴史
Nekishi. Oh yeah, that's right. Murasaki.
紫
Murasaki. Mannaka.
真ん中
Mannaka.
鉛筆
Enpitsu. Large L. Wait a minute. L size? Okay. Alright. That's a great way. So, kono, parka wa L size
ですか
desu ka? Arabic and Sunhee is written backwards? Oh, from like, you mean like backwards from right to left instead of left to right?
Murasaki.
Murasaki
No.
no
Parka.
parka.
Hidari.
What the hidari? Hidari? Oh! Wait, no, I don't think so. Hidari. Two known radicals though.
Hidari.
Hidari. Okay. Chichi.
Chi.
Sensei.
Hidari.
Chichi.
Watashi.
Watashi.
Hidari.
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 Sure. Oh. Hidari. It's
Hidari?
left. Wow, they're going straight into it. They didn't even give me a chance to solidify hiragana. They're just going hitari, just straight into it. It's like, here you go. It's left.
靴は傘の左です。
靴は左。Oh, 靴は傘。Oh, 靴は傘の左です。Okay. How much you got correct in day one? It's still about 99%. Duolingo isn't. Duolingo has a very low, has a very high bottom line for comprehensible input. So you're not expected to get things wrong most of the time if you're paying attention. The umbrellas. Oh, the shoes are left of the umbrellas. To the left. The shoes are to the left of the umbrellas. Oh boy, extra prepositional phrases. The shoes are to the left of the umbrellas. I guess that makes sense because of the no. That's definitely an interesting thing about Duolingo versus Severin. You theoretically never need to guess with Duolingo. Yeah, it's the thing that, so a lot of times people talk about like I've mentioned this about, and I also made an error, by the way. I kept saying, habitually keep saying comprehensive. That's not the word. Like I realize now, when I was doing a lot of videos back when I was talking, I really was referring to comprehensible input. So like Duolingo relies entirely, almost nearly 95% comprehensive. So that is not quite the gold standard. The ideal case is to reduce it to the point where you're getting some comprehension, but you're trying to push this lower. You're trying to push this threshold lower and lower so that there's more room for inductive reasoning, right? Passive versus potential mix-up on comprehensive versus comprehensible. Yeah. So that's why I think, yeah, I agree with people when it comes to the using a Duolingo in any form of comprehensible input, because it's almost entirely comprehensible. So it does not produce an input delta that allows for, effort and stuff. And then the way it's designed, it only takes correct answers and incorrect answers. So it removes the ability to flex, as in you can't be near the right answer or approximately the right answer. So this threshold is so high, it's nearly 99%. So in that way, that's why outside of Duolingo, I participate in comprehensible input that are much lower in the input. So like things like, for anime, I tend to aim for like 70%. And then for like vlogs and stuff, I tend to aim for 80%. Something like that. So that's kind of the stuff. While I'm using Duolingo, I'm challenging myself. Instead of using the delta in input, I am bringing outside things that I'm thinking of and using rhetoric, or if Indy is such a butthead and wants to like yell at me and stuff, then that outside input compensates for the lack of delta in input, because as I discuss with you, Lotus, and we make comments with each other, I'm actually gaining additional input, and that additional input is far more comprehensible. like the more you increase your comprehension, comprehensible inputs, the delta is coming from disagreements. The delta is coming from disagreements, discussions, and also talking about the English language. So I'm learning about English that kind of detracts from Japanese. However, I'm still learning more in the long run, as opposed to just relying on Duolingo, which is pretty much like the very, very tiny delta. It's a very tiny difference between what is potentially going to screw you up, so you can't comprehend it yet. It's nearly non-existent. So it's largely for raw inputs. It's the deductive side of things, where here's all the information, remember it. Here's all the information, remember it. Here's all the information, remember it, right? It's purely deductive. Even to the point where when I'm looking at kanji that I don't see, right? When kanji, I don't understand it, but they only introduce kanji in a pace where there can only be one choice in a sense. It's leading you. And the rest you can deduce because they're usually redundant type of cues. And that's kind of deductive design is gaming. That's how gaming works. It's deductive design. So you're deducing things from information provided to you. Although puzzle games, in my opinion, some of the most incredible puzzle games and roguelike games, for example, roguelike games, right? Lotus, that's why we kind of like our roguelikes, actually get farther into deductive. There's an element of intuition that comes from just doing the things like, wait a minute, okay, I see, this kind of feels better. Let's go back and do this build and then build it out a little bit more and a little bit more, right? It's like, I don't know what comes next, but if I pick this seems pretty good. And then, you know, you pick up builds, like your runs in roguelikes are deductive in nature, or inductive in nature sometimes. So it combines a lot of the things that makes someone get better at something very quickly. I thought my battery percentage is so low and it's also 3 a.m. You should get some rest. Why is animated girls coming in the screen? Oh yeah, it's because if anyone uses an emote on Twitch, it shows up on my screen. An emote that Twitch supports. So Indy used 2 emotes because he likes anime girl. I'm just, well, yes, and sort of. Indy. Sorry, thanks for taking one for the team, Indy. What a way to word that. I'm sorry. I know. I retract my statement. Indy is a good guy. You know. Chew. Okay. Wait. Hua? Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. We first got what? Baro. Now we have hua. Oh my gosh. Heckin' hua no boshi. Hua. Fluffy hat. Hua. That's actually really cute though. Hua. Alright. Lotus, please. Lotus, you can't do that. Lotus, you need to calm down. That's too many emotes at once. Kono murasaki. Kono murasaki no boshi. Boshi wa hura desu. Yeah, hua desu.
こ このふわふわのコートは高いです。
Kono hua hua koto. Oh, I see what they did there. They
Kono-
brought back koto.
このふわふわのコートは高いです。ふわふわ
Hua hua
コー
koto
トは
wa
高い
takai
で
desu.
す。
Hua
No.
hua no?
このふわふわのコートは高いです。
Okay, so hua hua takes no. Interesting. Who's Indy? You hear sometimes? Indy and Lotus chills over at Twitch with me. Bobby. We're usually over on Twitch. Chillin'. Oh no, kono hua hua koto wa takai desu.
このふわふわのコートは高いです。
There's a no here. Oh, because okay. Yeah, because adjective, it's wa, it's a yeah, non-e.
レディースの服
Medi, what? Oh, Dedi. Oh yeah, Dedisu no Fuku. This is the one that Shady said. It's based off lady. It took like I was like stuck. I was like, Dedisu, what the? Dedi, and then Shady chimed in and said, oh, lady, instead of using woman, right? The women's section or women's thing. They use Dedisu, ladies, even though we're gonna interpret it as women's clothes. Dedisu no fuku. Oh, they don't use that often? What do they use? It's a little misleading, right? What do they use usually? Or someone already told me male and female, or someone said male. You said male yesterday, right? And you're like, surely you have gotten male, and I'm like, nope. What was it? It was like otoko or something. Otoko or something like that. Oh, wait. You guys gotta calm down, okay? One at a time. Okay. So, Jose. Okay. Jose. Okay, Jose is woman, or like female. Okay, Jose. And then the other one, how do you say the three indies? Oh, onna. Oh, okay, onna. Okay. Onna noko. Okay, onna noko. Yeah, that kanji combination came up once already. Onna. Okay, onna no hito. Onna no hito. Okay. All right. Maybe do we get this? Do I get this in Duolingo eventually? Although we're just gonna stick with whatever this is right now. Rerisu re
Ladies
yeah, Rerisu no kona wa
3階
3階です。エレベーターは南口の Oh no
左
左です。This is what happens when I don't see the hiragana before adding the kanji. You definitely will eventually. Yeah, in the casual section. Oh, okay. Then I have no worries. We will be fine. 大丈夫です。
レディースのコーナーはとても広いです。
広い。Okay. レディース、レディースのコーナーはとても、広いです。Okay, sure. The women's section is very spacious. Yeah, we haven't done the kanji yet. Usually when I get to the kanji section, it helps me remember the hiragana. So
3階に上がります。
there's also similarities between English and Hindi, like the word or and ao. Both has same meanings. I see. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some similarities as well. Perhaps coincidence, similarities of coincidences. In terms of Japanese, when it comes to katakana, those aren't coincidences, right? They are actually adopted words or borrowed words. Sankai ni. Why is this lumped together as a phrase?
上がります。上がります。
Angarimasu?
上がります。
Is that on?
上がります。上がります。3階に上がります。
Kind of sounds like angarimasu, but is it? Oh, it's ah. You climb to the 3rd floor. Duolingo. Oh, listen. Calm down. Calm down. I just asked for consistency. Okay, so it's ah. Okay, agarimasu. Okay, agarimasu. Listen. Listen, Indy. We already discussed this a bunch of times, you little pep. They like using words like nondescript English. They prefer interpreting into nondescript English words. You know? The ones that people, the ones that I can, you little pep. Did you just say climb a tree? I go up a tree, yeah. You know? We can lump it in with put. We can lump it into put. Do. Go in. Like get out. Or like eggs, like get out, like get, go, do, put. Oh, is climb a different one? Oh, agari. Oh, agari. What the heck is that? Sai. Oh, that's kudasai. Oh, ogari. Oh, agari. Oh, agari kudasai. Interesting. It's funny you can write with the up and down kanji. Alright, that's enough from you guys. Enough. It's enough. Type credit card right now. Do it. Tomorrow I will also start learning Japanese because it's interesting. Right on. I look forward to hearing what you're doing with Japanese in the future, Bobby. Alright, Lotus won. It's fine. Yes, it's a competition, Indy. Heck you. Oh, Kado? You're just gonna... Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, Japanese person. Alright, you're gonna abbreviate it to Kado? Okay. Could you get away with, like... Kure Kado? Do you have a member's card? Like, could you get away with, like, Kure Kado? I mean, Kure Kado is close enough. You don't really need... Kureji to kado, right? Yeah, kure kado. Credit card? Kure kado. Oh, okay. Even hold it out even longer? I was just thinking kure kado. You don't even need the kurekado, but kurekado sounds pretty good. Oh. Kure... Wait, try reading that again. Oh, kare. Whoops. Karekado. Oh. Oh, kare. Oh. Nah. Stop typing in all caps, you little butthead, Indie. I don't think it's... I don't think I would use kare. Kado. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like a curry cart. I wouldn't use kare kado. It sounds like curry cart. You're going to bed? Good luck. Yeah, and I look forward to hearing if you can get back in the swing of things of learning Japanese, Bobby. Good luck, sleep well. I don't know. Kare kado kind of reminds me of either curry carts or a curry card, and I don't know what that is. So heck you, Lotus, and heck you, Indy, for using all caps. Always yelling.
3階に上がります。
3階に, was it agarimasu? And that, when they ask her if she want a bag, she just says, 大丈夫です. Yes. Ohio Morty? Ohio. Genki desu ka? Ooh, your avatar is really cute. Is that a doggo? Kinda looks like a doggo. Or maybe... Yes. Okay, so what? Now that Indy is properly triggered, you go up to the 3rd floor. Are you triggered yet, Indy? You go up to the 3rd floor. Wait, does it tell you? Oh, it doesn't even say climb. Or wait. I'm a little confused. Is this climb? Because Lotus said it would be something else. So is this actually going up? Or is it climb? Like, I need some clarity here. Oh, it's to ascend. I see. I mean, or to rise. Okay, alright. I mean, go up seems sufficient. You go up to the 3rd floor. Alright.
この階段を上がります。T シャツはセーターの左です。
Now I'm all oh, they can finally use stairs again. We can finally use the phrase stairs. I'm like, oh man, when is Kaidan gonna come back? Yeah, we can finally use stairs. Is it very difficult to learn Japanese? What's your target? What's your native language, Morty? Something with stairs? Stairs, blank, akarimasu. You ascend upstairs, okay. Oh, that's how you say, kaidan? Oh, that makes so much sense, kaidan. Oh, so it keeps kai. Oh, that makes so much sense. A staircase or something. Portuguese? Porto, I think you have an advantage. Right, guys? If you're a native speaker Portuguese, you have a it might not be as difficult as you think. So statistically, from an English perspective, like all the statistics regarding, for me, I don't usually find things difficult or easy. They just are, as in like, I do the things. However, statistically, like, however, linguistics, the things that I've read online and stuff, from an English speaking perspective, it can be very difficult for the statistical average, like compared to other languages. However, if your native language is Portuguese or Spanish, there has been a lot of other people who share sentiments that it might actually be less difficult for those people. Because vowel sounds and enunciation might actually have some overlap, much more than English. So I would say maybe some people find it difficult, but a lot of individuals, like especially Brazilian Portuguese, right? People in Brazil, it's like one of the notable outsiders that acquire Japanese. Ne is the same as Portuguese. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so Morty, I would love to hear, if you start learning Japanese, what your experience would be like. For me, the thing that makes it, I guess, quote unquote, a little bit less difficult for me is that I do actually speak multiple languages. Like in the sense of I have to produce different sounds that are outside of English. So I can't really speak for me representing someone who's monolingual too much. It really is easier to learn other languages, but not all languages. Yeah, certainly. But the idea is, that's the only reason I asked. That's one of the major reasons why I asked you what your native language is, because most of it is relative to the native language when it comes to L2 acquisition, secondary language acquisition. So hey, give it a shot if you like it. What are your interests in terms of language learning? Are you interested in learning another language? And what languages interest you, Mori? この階段を上がります。
上がり。
いや、上がります。上がります。T シャツ、T シャツはセーター。Oh man, my goodness. I keep trying to say it differently. セーターを what was it? 左です。
左。
Oh, 左。Whoops. 左です。I definitely need to see the hiragana before the kanji. 左です。Okay, 左です。この階段をこの階段を上がります。T シャツはセーターの左です。Mainly English. I still don't have maximum proficiency. To understand you, I need to pay close attention. Oh, that's kind of neat. I haven't let me know. I would love to talk about English as I'm learning Japanese. So let me know if anything interests you. I definitely like talking about English, especially when I'm learning Japanese. I often toggle on the furagana in instances like this just to read and then toggle back them off. Heck you, Lotus. Comprehensive input. Heck you, Lotus. Take that weak sauce stuff out. No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm being a pep. Now I'm being like a hype lord. We're gonna embrace the comprehensible. I mean, you guys can just tell me what the kana is. To heck with furigana. I get it though. That's a good point. Wait, can I actually toggle this? Hold up. I don't think this works in the middle. Yeah, see, it doesn't work in the middle of a lesson. Lotus. It doesn't actually work in the middle of a lesson. You have to start the lesson over in order for the furigana to show up. Oh, it definitely does on mobile. Well, heck you and your mobile. Notice I'm gonna virtually reach in and throw your mobile phone out the window. All right. Privileged. Heckin' privileges. Waving your privileges around. You're being abused. That is nice though. It works on computer also. It doesn't work here. I can't get it to work. Look. It doesn't do anything. Unless there's not supposed to be any furigana here. It doesn't work for me. Maybe if I turn on Romaji? No, Romaji doesn't work either. I have to start the lesson over. Like I have to start a new lesson before the settings work. At least from my Chrome browser. Weirder things have happened, you know. Software. Ariga. Oh, it's just arigato gozaimasu. Are we defaulting back to arigato gozaimasu? What did he actually say? T-shirts. T-shirts. Wait, T-shatsu wa seita no wait. Oh. Yeah, t-shirts are to the left of the hoodies. Oh, they're giving directions. Oh yeah, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Listen, Indy. Do you have a background in software? Indy, actually, I'm actually kind of curious. How familiar are you with like software? These things happen. These things do happen, and they do have a variability based on like browser like current browser interactions, and possibly OS interference. There's possibly. I would love to talk about English with you. I will watch your lives more often. Hey, cool, Marty. You can also learn Japanese if you want with me if you want to. You're more than welcome to talk about random English things. I mean, if you're already listening to me right now speak, I would say the most common level in terms of the American English, I use around a first year college vocabulary. Like right now, the way I'm talking at the moment, some of the patterns that I typically speak or prefer to speak. Yeah, I would probably say first year college. Now there are times when like Indy and Lotus ask me some other questions that could probably spike up to like graduate level, which comprehensible input. I'm just kidding. Anyways, let's move along here. Onegaishimasu.
M サイズをくだ
I
さい。
mean, not onegaishimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. M size. You know what's the most nebulous size of all time? M size. Like where do you even start M size? Do you start at the average? Is it a weighted average? Because I can tell you now, man, M Saizu, my struggles with M Saizu for like most of my life. Holy heck. I don't look, every time someone says like, oh yeah, about average, I'm like, where's the small? Heckin' M Saizu. M Saizu o kudasai. A medium, please. Ooh, fourth. Wait, fourth what? Oh, just fourth standalone? Do we have fourth already? Like the fourth? Interesting. It might just be referring to the fourth floor, like Yonkai.
このスカートは M サイズですか？この
この
スカート
スカートは M サイズ。
メートルサイズ。
メ
メートルサイズ。
I just realized it's not. Wait,
メートルサイズ。
wait, is it M size or is it メートルサイズ?
メートルサイズ。このスカートは M サイズですか？メートルサイズですか？
Send help. Someone help me. Quick. Indeed, Lotus, I need help. Support. Send the QQ shot.
メートルサイズ。
Alright, they've abandoned me.
このスカートは M サイズですか？
このスカートは M サイズですか? Or is it
メートルサイズ。
メートルサイズ? That's interesting. What does it say here?
M サイズ
M size.
M サイ
Alright,
ズ
so I'm officially confused.
この
It's fine. このスカートは M サイズですか? まず right? まず階段を上がります。まず階段を上がります。I'm just looking at the other choices. Okay. You know, I was thinking I would be ambitious and do these whole lessons, but I'm not so sure anymore.
右
Again? Alright, Miki. Miki? Nope, I don't know what a Miki is. So now what do we have? We have Miki. In agarimasu. So agaru. Probably. And then what was the other one? Hitari. Yeah, Hitari. And then now we have Miki. Okay.
ふん
Hun.
安い
Hitari. Hitari.
右
Miki.
高い
Miki. It sounds like a noun to me.
右
Okay. Miki. Two radicals that we understand.
右
Miki. Oh. Wait. Something dealing with like
右
an opening of sorts? Oh. Just kidding. It's
Miki?
right. Miki. Okay, so we have Miki and
左
Daddy. So
右
Daddy, Miki. Okay. Alright. And they're both pointing to what looks like a Mahuda. Mahuda.
マフラー
Where is that coming from? Mafuda. Huh.
右
Okay, Miki.
マフラー
Mafuda. I don't know where Mafuda is coming from. Huh.
マフラ
Mafuda.
おしゃれなマフラ
Oshare Mafuda. Stylish scarf.
キ
Sure.
ラキラの傘
Another double word? Kira kira? Oh, wait. Actually, that's spoilers. Yeah, Indy already spoiled this. Kira kira. Sparkly? Kira kira. Okay, kira kira no kasa. Sparkly umbrellas.
このキラキラの財布はいいですね。この
Kono kira kira
キラキラ
saifu. Kira kira
No,
no saifu. Saifu wa
いい
いい
でね
ですすね。
このキラキラの財布はいいですね。
このキラキラの財布はいいですね。
左に曲がります。
左に曲がります。曲がり. Oh, is it going down now? Are we going down? No, we're not. What does this mean?
曲がります。
Turn? What? Okay. All right. We're getting so many things right now. Holy heck. Okay. Hina. Yeah, that's. Hinari ni magarimasu. So you turn left.
左に曲がります。
左に曲がります. Sure. Okay. まず which way? What are we doing here? 時々 no. Oh, yeah. まずく まずく yeah. まずまっすぐ行きます。Okay, hold up. まずまっすぐ I see why they put まず next to まっすぐまっすぐ行きます。まずまっすぐ行きます。そして右に
右、
Yeah, 右に曲がります。
まっすぐ、
まっすぐ。まっすぐ is going up. Okay. まっすぐ。まずまっすぐ行きます。まずまっすぐ行きます。そして右に曲がります。Okay. So you turn right, okay. 曲がります。And then we have 上がります。
まず右に曲がります。
Okay, まず右に曲がります。First you turn right. I'm trying to think of a way to separate Magi and Hitari. Magi and Hitari.
キラキラのカバンはちょっと
キラキラ
キラキラの
の
キラキラのカバンはちょっと
カバンはちょっと
はちょっと
I don't really like sparkly bags.
かわいいアクセサリ
アクセサリー Oh, accessory. Ooh, that one sounds
ーア
good.
クセサリー
Accessory. Kawaii accessory. That's a pretty good one. Cute accessory, sure. Accessory. Yeah,
アクセサリー
accessory. Accessory. Okay. Kawaii accessory. かわいい。
かわいい。アクセサリ
アクセサリー。アクセサリーのコーナーはどこですか？
アクセサリーのコーナーはどこですか？
え？
8000
8000. Oh, it's like 800. 8000. Okay. 8000. Sure. Wow, there's a lot in this part. What the heck? That's hidari. Hidari.
左
Hidari. Hidari.
ひ
Migi. Migi.
7
7
つ
つ。8000.
8000
Okay.
8000
8000. Okay.
8300円
8300 yen. Oh, that's clever. 300. 300 yen. 1300 yen. It's also an exception. 300. Okay. 8,300 yen. Okay. 8000.
8000。店員さん。
Tain-sun. Oh, salesperson, right. It's new because they use Tain-sun for waiter as well. So Tain-sun for salesperson.
店員さんに聞きましょうか。店員さん
Tain-sun.
に
に
聞きましょう。
行きましょうか? Ask. We should ask the salesperson. Still the jury's out still for me for saying 聞きましょうか instead. Or asking. Should we ask?
あの店員さんはとても優しいですね。
あの店員さんはとても優しいですね。That salesperson over there is very nice, aren't they?
レジはどこですか？
There's Reggie again.
レジ
Oh no, Reggie from the guidebook. So Reggie is now introduced as opposed to Kaitai. Yeah, Kaitai. No. Kaikei. Sorry, Kaikei. Reggie wa doko desu ka? Where's the cash register?
レジに並びましょうか。
レジは並びましょうか? Wait, レジに
レジに並びましょうか。
レジに並びましょうか。
並びましょうか。
並びましょうか。並び、line up, queue up. So 並びましょうか。レジに並びましょうか。Sure.
今度いつ来ましょうか。
今度いつ来ましょうか。It's a place. Maybe when is it arriving? When whatever kondo is. Oh no, it's not. Should when next we time what?
今度
Oh, next time. Interesting. Kondo. Oh, that kind of throws a wrench in so many things. What the heck? Why? Okay, kondo. Okay. When should we come next time? Yeah? Yeah. When should we come? Kimashouka? Itsu kimashouka? So kondo. Yeah. Yeah. Kondo itsu kimashouka? When should we come next time? You just came a second to ask, what are the other things to learn Japanese other than Duolingo? To learn Japanese, lots of things, tons of things. Things that also kind of cost money, but you can probably find YouTube videos of, if you wanted a textbook, you have Genki. If you're English focused, there's also another textbook called Mina no Nihongo. So if you're into the whole textbook thing, these are like 2 classical textbooks. There's also you can use flashcards like Anki, flashcard techniques like Anki for flashcard stuff. And there's like lots of courses you can download using Anki. There are like paid services as well that you can try out for free initially, like LingQ, Memrise. There's a lot like Babbel, Rosetta Stone, Rosetta. You have community run things like Bushu. I'm guessing Renshu might also be run by community outside the solo dev. There's also like there's blogs, podcasts. That's usually like YouTube stuff. You can find Genki stuff and probably Mina no Nihongo stuff on YouTube without going straight to the source. There's grade readers like Todaku, right? Todaku is what I use right now. The list goes on, but there are enough sources out there, I think. You can even use websites like Tofuku, but there are plenty of other sites like Tae Kim's. I think Tae Kim's guide is a thing too. So there are websites dedicated to Japanese as well. So fairly accessible. They're all kind of samey like. So if you find one that kind of has your vibe, I'd probably encourage you to stick to the one that you vibe with the most. The content itself, I would say, it's actually fairly similar, but the vibe and the approach may be different. So kondo versus konya. Kondo. Kondo. Okay. That's the only way to relate them, but they're not like even close in terms of meaning. Kondo. Okay. あの店でたくさん買いました。今度一緒に行きましょう。Where should we go next time? I see. Where together next
行きましょ
Where should we go together next time? Or where should we go next time together? Wherever the together is, it's fine. So we bought a lot of stuff yesterday at a store. We bought a lot of stuff at a store. At the store. At the store yesterday. Sure. At that store. At that store. Oh, I know. At that store over there. Or at that store. And we should go together next time.
ポイントカ
Where
ー
should
ド
we
が
go?
欲しいです。
We should go next time. What was this? Bone. Oh, this is actually a new word, but I guess they're not highlighting it. Point. Pointo. Pointo card. Pointo card. Pointo card が欲しいです。
ポイントカードが欲しいです。
Yeah, ポイントカードが欲しいです。I want a rewards card. ポイントカードも use? Oh, あります。
あります。
Sure. Have. I was going with Skymas instead. I also use a bonus card as opposed to arimasu to have. It's 8,000 yen. Sen, right? 1000 yen desu.
8000
1000. Okay, 8000 8000
円
yen
で。
ですす。ポイントカード。ポイントカードがあります。ポイントカード。
ポイント
ポイントカードがあります。
あります。
Okay. Oh, we're almost at the kanji
全
practice.
部で8200円です。
全部で8200円です。全部で8200円です。It's 8,200 yen in total. Okay. まずマスク行きます。
行きます。
First you go straight.
ふわふわのセーターはあそこです。
ふわふわのセーターはあそこです。The fluffy tempura. The fluffy ふわふわ. The fluffy sweater. Seita are over there. Asoko. Hua. I'll show you a hua. I don't have anything fluffy on me, but I'll show you a hua. Also, your other one, Sparkly showed up too after spoiling it. Kira? Was it Kira? Oh no, they're into the doubles right now. And then what was the other one? Boroboro. この紫のドレス No? ドレスが大好きです。ドレスが大好きです。この紫のドレスが大好きです。Oh, it's not? Oh, it is? What the heck is that? Doki Doki? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'll show you a Doki Doki. I know what that is because of Doki Doki. Okay.
紫、
紫の、
レジに並びましょうか。
レジに、レジに並びましょうか。レジに並びましょうか。Should we line up at the cash register? キラキラのoh yeah. Accessory. キラキラのアクセサリーの Where? No. Buy? Yeah, 買いました。
買いました。
I'm surprised they haven't used the predicate where yet.
左に曲がります。
左に、yes. 左に曲がります。曲がります。You turn left. 曲がります。店でたくさん買いました。今度一緒に行きましょう。This repeated
行きましょう。
twice. Oh, maybe it is random. Was it the same order? No, maybe it is random. Or semi-random from a pool. It's they roll for the prompt, but it can't be a repeat. So it might be a combination thing. You take a pool, you pick all the prompts, but you take all the prompts from the pool, but they can't repeat. Maybe like if one, not one repeats. Like if you pick X, you can't repeat X. It has to be unique within the set, within the lesson set,
レジは1階です。
or within the like one lesson. What'd you say?
レジは1階です。
レジは1階
で。
ですす。The cash register is on the first
全
floor.
部で6010円です。ポ
全部
イントカー
で
ドはありますか？
Oh, my bad. 全部で6000で全部で6010円です。10円です。ポイントカードはありますか？いいえ、ありません。I don't have a phone reward card. For shame. 動物、wait. Oh, no. 豆腐。Oh, 豆腐。Whoops. 豆腐を使いましょう。
あの階段を上がります。靴はジーンズの左です。
靴はジーンズの左です。ありがとうございます。Sure, yeah. The shoes are right next to the jeans. The shoes are next to the jeans. あの階段を上がります。So you go up the stairs over there. You go up that stairs over there. The shoes are to the left of the jeans. Or
全
next,
部で
yeah, to the
5000円
left
です。
of the jeans.
ポイントカードはありますか？
Do you? はい、あります。You have a point card, a reward card, nice. ポイントカード。 Gosen end this. Okay. Alright, it's the kanji time. Let's go. Oh, it's just 2? Left and right? Okay. Sure.
Hidari.
Hidari. Okay, no surprises.
左
Short. And 2 familiar
Hidari.
radicals.
左左
左、
左、
Sure.
左、
左
左
左、
左
When they don't offer enough kanji? What do you mean you're always bummed when they don't offer enough kanji? Miki.
右。
右
You mean not even when you're in like section 4 or 3?
Migi.
右
I feel they offer a lot.
右
Especially if you want to
Migi.
write them
右、
and recall them. I think
右、
右
they pick up pretty quickly.
右
右、
右
Or are you used to like 10 kanji a day or something? I believe it.
左。
Daddy.
左、
左
左
左、
左
左、
左、
I certainly can't remember that fast. Hidari. Okay. Migi.
左。
Okay. Hidari. Hidari. Migi.
左。
Hidari.
外。
Soto.
母。
Haha.
9。
You.
右。
Migi. You're only in section 3. I like to have at least 10 per unit to practice. Well, technically, you do have more than 10, but that would also mean in counting all the older ones you have.
左。左。左。
A lot of times. It's between 5 and 10. Sometimes. But now it's not the same. It's like 5 because everything's cut in half.
右。
Since the
Hidari.
structure changed.
左。
For section 3 and on. Not the other ones. The other ones are much slower. Like section 2 and 1 is much slower.
水。
Mizu.
Man.
Man.
左。
Hidari.
外。
Soto.
右。
Migi.
右。線。
Sen.
左。
Oh, hidari. Oh, I sang midari.
前。
Mae.
右。
Migi.
家。
Ie. Da. Bi.
左。
Okay.
前。
Mae.
じ。
Ji.
Ame.
Sure. Ame.
左。
Hidari.
右。
Migi. Okay. Migi. Solidify it. We're gonna try to solidify it. Okay.
Mi-
Migi.
右、
右
右
右、
This one's a little shorter.
右
The line is a
Migi.
little shorter.
右、
Even though it's a related,
右、
I would convince myself it's the same particle. I mean
Get
radical.
more with
The same radical. Midari. I mean
Hidari.
hidari. Whoops. I need to stop saying midari. Hidari.
左
Yeah. What the heck?
左
左、
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 左
左、
左
Okay. Migi. Or
右右
右、
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 I gotta
右、
I gotta
右
resist the temptation to draw the horizontal stroke first. Wait,
左
Daddy.
左、
左
左、
左、
左左
左、
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 右
右、
右
右、
右、
右
右、
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 Okay.
左
Daddy.
左
I really like, in my opinion, I really
Hidari.
like that I see the kana
左、
and the romaji and hearing the things over and over again
Hidari.
and writing
Hidari.
all at the same time.
左
So efficient.
右
Miki.
右右
右、
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 右
右、
右、
右
I remember in that the first stroke direction matches between two radicals, both horizontal for a hidari and both vertical for a migi. Yeah. That would be definitely one way to remember it. Yeah. I basically stopped trying and do it from output. So everything comes from output now. I feel my strokes. That sounded
右
so sus.
右
I could have chosen better phrasing for that.
右、
右、
Yeah. Like, I feel the flow of the
Migi.
writing now.
右、
右、
I wrote so much that
Migi.
you just feel the flow of the strokes. So sad. It's kind of like a drawing. Eventually,
左
you just feel you feel it out a lot of times, and if it doesn't line up all the time, that's perfectly fine. But for the most part, you kind of just feel it out now, or at least for me.
左左
左、
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 左
Like this one's weird, obviously, because if you look at it,
右
Migi is vertical first, then horizontal, and Hidari is horizontal first, then vertical.
右、
Right.
右、
So it's one of those like
右、
interesting
Migi.
things.
右、
右、
右
And it's technically a very similar radical, but after a few repetitions, it feels like,
右、
yeah, that feels
Migi.
nice.
右、
And
右、
I agree with you about the
Migi.
boxes, in my
Migi.
opinion.
右、
右、
Like, it goes down first
Migi.
because your next stroke in between are alternating. It's kind of where I'm coming from in terms of the flow of this.
左、
左
左、
Like, all the
Hidari.
strokes are alternating.
左左
左、
左、
So like horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal,
左、
right? So it feels nice, in my opinion. And then when you do Miki, it's the other way around. Although Miki has also a horizontal and a vertical combined, but that's still alternating, but in one stroke.
左
左
I like dancing with
左
your hand. It feels
Hidari.
so nice
Hidari.
the way it's the stroke order is
Hidari.
made.
左
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. There are definitely some that
Migi?
feels nice and some that feels off. Yeah. For sure. And that raises a lot of things about
右
making
Migi?
things
Migi.
memorable. So I always like
右
focus on
Migi.
how the
Migi.
feeling is.
右
Like the motion of
Migi?
my hands. You know, like take it in kind of thing. Instead of trying to break it down into something. I do this a lot in English too.
右
When you start thinking
Migi.
about it and you do the strokes in your head,
Migi.
you know, like
Migi.
you do like hand motions and like cursive and stuff. It happens a lot.
右右
Over time.
Migi. Migi.
I used to remember like stroke things.
右
You know, like oh, this feels more natural than this and stuff. But I'm beyond that point now.
右
At least I'm beyond that point. I feel that I'm beyond that point. Usually stroke orders is just a feeling at this point.
右
右
Migi.
右
右
右
右
右
I still got some time.
人
右右
右
Migi.
右
Let's try to
Migi.
solidify this.
右
右
右
It's pretty amazing what your body
Get more
and mind, if you have a mind and body connection,
Migi.
how quickly things feel
右
intuitive over time.
右
右
右
右
右
Migi.
右
I got time.
花ひ
左左
左
Hidari.
左
左
左
左
左
左
左
左
左左
左
Hidari.
左
Still got time.
右右
右
Migi.
右
右
右
右
右
4み
This is pretty much what I think most people
右
the input that most people are taking in when they're doing
Migi.
Anki,
右
when they're using Anki.
右
But I can definitely see
Migi.
how you
Migi.
can immediately become complacent with
Migi.
Anki. Much like I'm already becoming complacent with this. I'm not the biggest fan of flashcards. You
右
can probably already
右
know
右
that by
Migi.
my sentiments about flashcards.
右
Migi.
It was one of those things that a
Migi.
lot of times when you're in formal education is a very common early technique to use flashcards.
左
But I don't typically use flashcards anymore.
左
Like the literal needing
Hidari.
the literal thing.
左
左
左左
左
Hidari.
左
But it's kind of fun because Duolingo does it. Alright, that's 15 minutes. Oh. Has a nice back and forth feeling to it. Also, for whatever reason, I really like tabemasu as well. This, yeah. I totally... It's not thick enough, but yeah, I like this. I also really like this radical. I really like this radical. This radical is pretty cool. The slug, I call it the slug radical. And then you put a shell on top of the slug, whatever it can be. And the only one I have is this, right now for shoe. One of my favorite strokes, not to be taken out of context. One of my favorite strokes is this. I do this a lot. This is part of my artwork. The most common stroke when I do artwork is this motion. So this motion I do a lot in like all like slightly angled. Like I do this motion a lot. So it's one of the most comfortable stroke motions. Yeah, the final stroke on that one is fun to add. Yeah, flourish too. It's kind of why I like cursive. I like cursive because of that, right? Like this. It might not seem like it, but this is cursive, right? Like to get the flourish in cursive, you use that same type of hand motion all the time. Like this. It comes up all the time. Like this is technically that motion too. Like it's always a slight variance of this motion right here. Like this, right? Or whoops. Right, like it comes up so much in cursive. The wavy thing. That's one of the cards Peter Venkman was testing students with in Ghostbusters. Oh, really? The 3 wavy lines? Oh, yeah, okay. I see, okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
All right, Duolingo.
Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Is it true though? Is it? I'm just kidding. I thought of the scene when you were talking about it. It came to me a little bit later. That's what I meant by, oh, that's true though. You know, some part of me say I can finish this unit, but another part of me says that at this pace I'm going, it's gonna be really hard for me to remember all the vocabulary. I guess we might as well commit to it. This will be our new experiment. As a structure change, these are only 6 units. It's 3 and 3. So I can actually get through that, and I know how this is going to sound, but unpopular opinion, I would have preferred, in my opinion, that these are longer. Like they add another review, but increase the pool size of prompts. Like add another like grouping of prompts or something. Because unlike most people, I am incredibly skeptical of people who keep saying that they only see something once a day. Like one day, if you learn all the elements, right? Like you saw it, and you expect that any following day you'll remember 90 to 95% as it's going on. That is, in my opinion, either you're so incredible or I'm just that stupid. And I like to think that I'm not that bad at recall, but holy heck, this unit, if people do this in one day, it will be, in my opinion, incredibly difficult to retain. whatever they introduce. So, unpopular opinion, I think this is going way too fast by reducing the number of repetitions, because the repetitions really does inquire. And yes, on the one hand, it'll make it very boring, but they can increase the pool to make it less boring. But I actually earnestly think that a lot of people who uses things like this, repetitious, like fully comprehensible input, are people who overestimate how good their recall is. I'm usually erring on the side of underestimating, so I compensate for it all the time. I know that I do not remember something in a day's time. You need rest. Much like physical fitness and all that stuff, your brain consolidates things after a period of rest. So, in my opinion, I would actually, and I think that's what they're trying to do, encourage you. So, be exposed to something, rest, expose, again, rest and expose. Like having multiple periods of exposure while resting in order to consolidate is far, in my opinion, over time, is far more likely to cause the retention than trying to get it all at once and get diminished return. So the volume exceeds your maximum, right? And I put it at 7 unique things. If you can try to remember 7 unrelated things per day, that's near the statistical average, or like the statistical cap average. I would say 4 unrelated things. So if you can group them together into 4 categories, that could help. But generally speaking, if you do not have periods of rest as well when you reach that max, you're not consolidating it either. So that's kind of like watching a movie and expecting to remember the entirety of that movie after one full exposure. You only remember the things that get reiterated over time. So to me, doing this one day at a time, complete the entire unit, then tomorrow I'll recall as much as I can from the unit, that's only twice. I basically only did it twice. In the previous structure, I do everything 3 days across 3 days, and I'm recalling on a 4th day. So I'm at least doing it 4 times within the week in order to at least somehow hard code it a little bit for maybe a week or a month before I lose it, right? Whereas that don't come up within a month's period, I'll probably end up losing. And it's been very difficult to upkeep all that. And what I mean by recalling, I mean without context whatsoever. Duolingo still does it well, where as long as they provide the structure and context, it'll make it feel like you've remembered it. And that's kind of the thing that it does really well. However, once you leave Duolingo, much like everyone's chagrin, once you leave Duolingo, it is very difficult to pull up that vocabulary anymore, because you are subconsciously, in my opinion, either consciously or subconsciously, knowing that there's context clues. Even Duolingo, its platform, when you study Duolingo, if it's on your phone, that device itself also provides a psychological environment in which you can recall something, whether you are aware you're doing it or not. So the act of having Duolingo also helps you recall these things. However, that's different from knowing the stuff, remembering the stuff, and recalling it without the aid and context of Duolingo. And that's kind of what I am worried about for myself. You agree with that? I have experienced what you're talking about? Yeah. So that's what I'm concerned about for myself personally, because I want to take these things with me. I don't want to be stuck with Duolingo, as in I don't want to be all my knowledge it becomes dependent on Duolingo. So a lot of times when you play video games, that's kind of what happens to a lot of people, right? You play a Souls game, you love the Souls game, and you're like, I don't want to leave the Souls game. When you play a new game, it feels compartmentalized, oh, but this doesn't feel the same as this Souls game. I can't take that experience with me without needing the stimuli of the Souls game, like a FromSoft game or something. And for me, to really hard code memory and skill, you have to detach yourself as far as you can from the tool itself, the product itself. And that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of repetition of your own doing. So you have to come up with ways to hold the information and then leave from it. So because one day I expect to grow out of Duolingo. Like I want to take all the information that Duolingo has and no longer require the tool to be my crutch, right? You don't become dependent on it. And that goes true for anything, in my opinion. Be it Anki, Babbel, a book. You can still have those things if you get lucky. But the end goal is you create it from yourself. So naturally, the more time you spent creating things, you will no longer become dependent. So like coming up with ideas during conversations. Most people have conversations when there is a leader in the conversation. As in, lots of kids need a topic to talk about that is supplied by the other person. That reduces your comprehension and your creativity to communicate. Solving problems is a response thing, but critical thinking, when you're doing it in the act of solving problems, allow you to create things without the need for some sort of contextual stimuli, right? You can create things without needing a problem, for example. That would be great. Artwork, singing, creative writing, those things, in my opinion, are like a very great way to engage someone and find out if they have certain strategies that help them take in something and then make it their own. That's typically what I would say most people consider as fluency, a characteristic of fluency in language. When you see a blank canvas and you can produce something onto a blank canvas, be it a written language, maybe in complete silence, you can vocalize something, right? That's a blank canvas. There's nothing around providing any form of context, but you can create the context. And that's what I'm worried about right now. I think I'm going to have a hard time giving enough time to come up with my own like memories and stuff with these things. But we'll see. We'll try this experiment. I think I'm going to try to do the whole thing every day, like one at a time with only 2 overlap, and see how it goes. Because it is worth testing how well I remember. I think my retention is going to tank when I'm recalling. It's not going to tank at all when I'm doing these exercises, because these exercises are completely facilitated, right? Because we have the structure. But I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. With that said, though, what I said just now about a needing to take and create, I don't think people need this skill or this stage of anything to be happy, because the reality is, if you're a social human being, you will have context, and having other people around you and other content, noise, visuals, and stuff provided by other people in conversation, that is perfectly satisfactory. If you like to be like someone who is overvaluing solitude and want to stand on your own, like trailblazing and being a pioneer or something sophisticated, like at the end of enlightenment kind of thing, then the stuff that I'm talking about is probably very, very desirable. Like being able to do something that no one has thought about, or being able to spin something that very few people can conjure or create. And that's usually saved for those people, like the visionaries, the pioneers. But while I am not one of those people, I at least strive to try to do that in order to retain these things. So like, I get very caught up a lot of times to doing things where I can bring everything that I know, as much as I know, into it. So when someone suggests something, it has to be something that I can imagine integrating most of my experience. Why am I not playing like PUBG right now? Why am I not playing Valorant right now? It's because a lot of those things I can't imagine or create a scenario where I am engaging myself with all my prior skills. The more rich, in my opinion, for those who like to think of it as a min-max situation, if you can bring more of all the things that make you you regularly, all those skills get transferred and reinforced. So how do you get better at communication while learning a language, right? Well, you either try to communicate in the target language, or you continue trying to learn the target language in your native language and practice communication in your native language if it's under practice. And what happens is you're learning more than one thing at the same time. You're practicing and learning far more things at one time. And to me, that's a much more integrated response, because whatever you do, you're improving something. And there is a lot of merit to this, but there's no like hard evidence, or, you know, much like most things regarding learning. But oftentimes, learning simultaneously while complementing other things is my mantra for what I call, and this is where I messed up, because Krashen used comprehensible input. I really did mean comprehensive input, as in, if you can comprehensively integrate as many things as you can that you can do into something, that is where you learn the best, in my opinion. Arguably, I know, best sensation. You gotta head out. Take care. Take care, Ink Wolf. Take care. Nice to hear from you again. Take care, take care. Why do all of you guys use the same like username color? Where the heck did Indy go?
デパートでジーンズが買いたいです。
Okay, デパート。Okay.
デパート？
デパートジーンズ。
ジーンズ。
Wait, デパートでジーンズ。
デパートでジーンズが買いたいです。
Oh.
が。 買いたいです
Alright, bringing back the Thai form. Nice, nice. Okay, 銀行
銀行
銀行鉛筆
鉛筆
鉛筆スタジア
スタジアム
スタジアム OK スタジアム
ボロボロ
ステージ
どこでジーンズを買いましょうか
どこでジーンズ
ニュース
Oops
ニュースジーンズ
を買いましょう
買いましょう
か
どこでジーンズを買いましょうか
どこでジーンズを買いましょうか空気ステージセーター
真ん中
Dang it 真ん中I spaced out pen I'm going to buy short socks not long socks but short socks what's it 短い短い長い短い短いno not either 短い短い靴下を
買います。
買います
先週新しい服屋に行きました。この可愛いジーンズとセーターを買いました。
Okay. Yeah. I guess showing their new clothes. Sure. Yeah. So 先週新しい服屋に行きました。I went to a new clothing store. Yes, last week. このかわいいジーンズとセーターを買いました。I bought this cute jeans and sweater. So showing their new clothes. このスカートはボロボロです。
ボロボロです。
この靴はボロボロです。新しい靴が欲しいです。明日隣の町のショッピングセンターに行きましょう。
Way to bring back the shopping center. Their shoes are very old. So they want new shoes. So they're gonna go to the shopping center. The shopping center in the neighboring tomorrow they're gonna go shopping, or we should go shopping, or suggest shopping at the shopping center in the neighboring town tomorrow. So they're inviting to go shopping. Fair enough. この靴はボロボロです。Right? These shoes are worn out. 新しい靴が欲しいです。I want new shoes. 明日隣の町のショッピングセンターに行きましょう。We should, etc. We should go to the shopping center in the neighboring town tomorrow. Right. その T シャツはボロボロですね。
T シャツボロボロボロボロ
ボロボロボロボロ
わボロボロ
その T シャツはボロボロです。
です。
Oh, just kidding. What did I miss? Oh, ですね。Oops. Okay. A little bit too fast there. この Kono blank wa boroboro desu. Oh, now you. Okay. Koto works, right? Koto works. I didn't check if any of the others may work. We should buy colorful socks. Karafuru na kutsushita o kaimashou.
カラフルな靴下を買いましょう。
そのセーターはとてもおしゃれです。Fashionable? Alright, fair enough. Stylish? 新しいジーンズが買いたいです。この黒いジーンズ、okay. Black jeans. この黒いジーンズが欲しいです。I want black jeans. Want these black jeans.
カラフルなセーター。
カラフルなセーター。Colorful sweater. Let's go. Move along. 靴下が買いたいです。この靴下が欲しいです。Sure. That's kind of weird. I want okay, fair enough. I want these socks.
短い靴下を買います。
短い靴下を買います。I'm going to buy short socks. Fair enough.
もっといいセーターが欲しいです。
Bring back もっといいセーターが欲しいです。I want a nicer sweater. Sure. What did I do? Oh, ですね。Sure.
その T シャツはボロボロ
ですね。
でね。
Off we go. 鉛筆。Stagey. What's up with their stagey? 紫。紫 is purple. 紫。歴史。セーター。紫のジーンズはどうですか？
紫のジはどうですか？
アーティスト
ボロボロ
ステージ空気パーカー黒いパーカーはありますか？ Sure.
黒い
パーカーはありますか？
まずメンズのコーナーに行きましょう。
まずwait. Men. Oh, yeah, right. メンズのコーナーに行きましょう。
まずメンズのコーナーに行きましょう。
まずメンズのコーナーに行きましょう。We should go to the men's section. First, we should go to the men's section. Straight. まっすぐ。So, まっすぐ。帽子のコーナー。
まっすぐ。
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 帽子のコーナー。まっすぐ。行きます。
Yeah, so, oh, did I miss the particle? No? Oh, no. Oh, made. Oh, I did miss the positional particle. Okay.
メンズのコーナーは2階です。
Menzu from, made. Two. Yeah, two.
メンズのコーナーは2階です。
Menzu. Wait.
メンズのコーナーは、メンズのコーナーは2階です。
2階です。2階。
2階です。
Second floor. Okay.
この大きいパーカーはいいですね。でも紫はちょっと。赤いパーカーが欲しいです。
でも紫はちょっと。Interesting. A purple parka. 赤いパーカーが欲しいです。The wrong color? Sure.
この紫の靴下はおしゃれですね。この紫の靴下はおしゃれですね。紫の
おしゃれ。
おしゃれ。
おしゃ
れ。おしゃれ。おしゃれ。
Actually.
靴下はおしゃれですね。この紫の靴下はおしゃれですね。
Yeah, この紫の靴下は靴下はおしゃれですね。
この紫の靴下はおしゃれですね。
Did you just?
この紫の靴下はおしゃれですね。
It kind of sounded like. Wait.
この紫の靴下はおしゃれですね。
Kind of sound like. It sounds like ha, really.
メンズのコーナーは2階です。ここからまっすぐ行きます。あそこに階段があります。
Then again?
メンズのコーナーは2階です。ここからまっすぐ行きます。あそこに階段があります。
They're giving directions, but so メンズのコーナーは2階ですか？2階です。ここから、ここからまっすぐ来ます。まっすぐ来ます。Okay, yeah, go straight from here. Nice. And あそこに階段があります。There are stairs over there. Okay. Yeah, giving directions. はい、まっすぐ。You have to pronounce your own word in the Japanese accent. My own word? I mean, I disagree, but my own word? Do I own any words? はい、マスク行きます。I don't have to do anything, but I'm still not quite sure what your sentiments are regarding my own word. まずエスカレーター。まずエスカレーターに乗ります。そして2階に行きます。
まず、そして
Oh, I know what you're referring. No, I actually don't know what you're referring to. You're probably talking about pitch accent, but I will probably say this a couple more times. Pitch accent is not the intent of output, and I don't think focusing on such things is very productive in the early stages. If that's what you're referring to. Let's see. Menzu no kona wa 3回です。3回。
回。
Gai. 3回です。3回です。I guess that's modified. So, メンズのコーナーは3回です。まずエレベーターに乗ります。エレベーターに乗ります。そして3階に行きます。
そして
Sure. Telling us the order, which we naturally did already. The まず and そして natural flow words.
そしてまっすぐ行きます。
そしてまっすぐ。そしてまっすぐ行きます。And then you go straight.
まず2階に行きます。
まず2階に行きます。まず2階に行きます。First, you go to the second floor.
メンズのスーツ。
Men's suits? Sure. What did I do here? That I messed up. Oh, I forgot the positional.
帽子。
Destination.
帽子
のコーナーまで。Yeah, you go straight to the. I thought I heard screaming. 帽子のコーヒー帽子のコーヒーコーナー so whoops 帽子のコーナーまで
まっすぐ
行きます。左
ふわふわの帽子。
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 私、父、左、先生、7時。
スカートはジーンズの左です。スカートはジーンズの左です。スカートはジーンズの左です。は、ジーンズの左です。
スカートはジーンズの左です。
スカートはジーンズの左です。
左です。
左。
Today, ladies. レディースの服。
レディースのコーナーは少し遠いです。 まずまっすぐ行きます。あの大きい本棚の左に階段があります。レディースのコーナーは4階です。
The women's section is upstairs, basically. At least I think. Let's see. レディースのコーナーは少し遠いです。Right? It's a bit far away. Or it's far away. It's a bit far away. The women's section. まず first, right? まずマスク行きます。マスク行きます。First, you go straight. あの大きい本棚。大きい本棚の左に階段があります。So there's a staircase to the left of the large bookshelf over there. Of that large bookshelf over there. Hondana, right? Bookshelf? Yes. And thenレディースのコーナーは4階です。The ladies section is on the fourth floor. Oh, all of them. That works. Is this skirt a medium?
この
スカートは M サイズですか？
この青いセーターはふわふわです。いいですね。M サイズを買いましょう。
This person's going to buy a sweater or buy the sweater. Sweater they're talking about. This sweater. この赤いこの青いセーターはふわふわです。Fluffy いいですね。M サイズを買いましょう。We should buy the medium size fluffy sweater. Blue sweater. Should go to the women's section. So, レディースのコーナーに行きましょう。
レディース。
Okay. レディースコーナーに行きましょう。まず、まず2階に2階に上がります。Going up. Your own word, as in the language you grew up with, is what you meant. I have to pronounce my own words in the Japanese accent. Oh, you're talking about katakana? You're referring to the katakana. I'm not pronouncing those words in my accent though. So I don't know what you're referring to. So you're probably talking like scato. That's not even close to my own accent. It's my Japanese accent, not the Japanese accent. So I still stand by it. It still refers to suggesting that I require to say it in the Japanese accent. In my opinion, there isn't the Japanese accent, personally. But your own words, my own words, you're probably talking about the katakana, like scato. And at least I think, because all the other ones, that's not my own words. Yeah. So in actuality, that they're nowhere close to my own accent. Dekuchi no chikaku, dekuchi no chikaku, chikaku ni, yeah. Dekuchi no chikaku ni kaidan ga arimasu. Okay. Ooh, I kind of like these whole series of prepositional phrases. So there are stairs at the nearby exit. Yeah, there are stairs at the nearby exit. Sono kaidan o agarimasu. Yeah. So go up those stairs. Okay, go up those stairs. Okay. Sono akai boshi. Probably. What else we have? Ginko and kabuki. Yeah, okay. その赤い帽子はとてもふわふわです。左に階段があります。Sure. その階段を上がります。Wait, how do you get the energy to do this for so many hours straight? That's a good question. Some people ask a lot of times. Or motivation. I do it until I run out of energy. So I have a lot of energy. I think the simplest, the short answer is I have a lot of energy. So, I describe this a lot of times, but in the terms of like breakdown in like energy. So without sounding like I'm making myself sound different, I would say I'm high functioning, right? I'm a high functioning person. So we have to take it from this perspective first. 80% of the time I'm kind of like wired. 80% of the time I'm kind of like wired, and then 20% of the time I try to rest. However, if you're a person who's like a little bit flipped, right? It's in between here a lot of times. I use 80 and 20, but a lot of people I would say maybe like 50-50. If you're a healthy individual, maybe 50-50, or perhaps you're like 40-60. I don't have a day job also, so I don't have a day job. As in no day job. So there's nothing like really taking away energy. So when I'm streaming, it's effectively, a lot of people think that, well, you guys work and you guys maybe study and do other things. So that kind of takes away the energy. So imagine dedicating that energy back into this. And then to stay motivated, the answer motivation is largely because I'm always thinking about more things than just pronouncing and doing the task. So it might kind of feel or sound like I'm doing the same thing over and over again. But generally speaking, I'm trying to think of new things every time I'm doing it. So that's how I keep myself motivated most of the time. In a very short, a quick way to answer something. I'm always looking for new ways to learn things. So not new ways of learning, because I'm pretty much know how and a lot of the new ways of learning, but new things to learn, new notices, stuff. Much like answering your question. So I stay motivated most of the time by the prospect. So I hope to have new experiences, and that hope generates an endless amount of motivation. I see, but how do you support yourself if you got no day job? I worked hard. Helped out a lot. Burned out really early in my life. And got lucky. So I don't technically need a day job at the moment. Yeah. I still need it. I still need it at some point, but for now I don't. So since I don't, I choose to use my time to build skills, make people, maybe inspire people, make people also be aware of all these things that happened in my life early, where like if you're working too hard, the consequences, the pros and cons about being compassionate, right? Constantly compassionate, having an incredibly unhealthy work lifestyle that causes me to burn out really early. I loved my day job, just to make sure to not give the impression that I'm not working because I can't, or I'm not working because I did not recover. But I loved my day job. I loved it so much that I burned out. So what did I do before? I did science, but most of the time I loved mentoring people. So I still kind of do that now, provided anyone wants any company or things like that. So I've transitioned most of my skills that I've worked hard on doing, and now I'm doing it only indirectly. I'm doing it for myself. I do have a few people that I interact with all the time. That I'm trying to also maybe by being acquaintances, not in a professional setting, being like familiar with them, that would help. Hopefully I can help them through their transition from 18 plus, where hopefully some of the stuff maybe gives them ideas so that they can maybe prevent themselves from burning out early and falling in love with something that they can see themselves doing for a long time. And then meanwhile, I'm gonna say, just between you and me and pretty much everyone that's here that still follows along, I pick suboptimal choices all the time. So much like my desire to help mentor people and teach people, my enthusiasm and motivation typically comes from taking something suboptimal, maybe subjective, and then trying to spin it in a way that works. So oftentimes things like app design for learning can maybe be useful in testing them in a different way. If a lot of people use this, right? A lot of people use Duolingo, but they don't have representation on how it works because it's all passive or like things like that. So I'm curious what a lot of people are exposed to. Not because I want a skill. For example, a lot of language learners will project project the goal of becoming fluent. Sometimes I learn a lot of things without not focusing on my own interest, but on the idea of evaluating other things. So I know a lot, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I know a lot more about what Duo has and have nots, because I'm not focused on projecting a goal. I'm focusing on using this to the best of my ability and see what I can observe. And oftentimes, that's where the whole work hard helped a lot of people, helped out, was my focus. I worked hard at helping out. And then by chance, I got lucky. And it's through working out and concerning myself with helping other people with their problems or questions to be answered. Like in science, you have questions to be answered, right? I pick the most interesting questions to myself, but at the same time, anyone who's willing to take me on as a pupil or as a student. So naturally, I was very, very inquisitive enough to pick mentors who provided me with a lot of wisdom. And over time, because of that wisdom, ultimately helping out a lot of people and solving problems, luck goes up, right? You have a chance of, the more people you help, the more skills you acquire, and the more likely that you'll be successful. Right. Yep, you're so good at explaining, so it's easy to understand. That's kind of my life story here. I was terrible at explaining things for quite some time. So all of this comes from that. And to me, I hope that in the internet, my concern about the internet is that people are very focused. Like, it makes it feel overwhelming that they're focused on long-term goals. And sometimes it's great to try to expect what those long-term goals are. However, a lot of times you have a lot of things you can do in the moment, and you can trust yourself to shape the long-term goals as you're going. So I didn't know what to do for a while. I didn't know what to do because for a while, right? I don't know. So what I could do is, well, I have time, and I know how to solve problems. You know, I know how to solve problems. So I started there. I started by helping other people's interest. So other people's interest, what their problems are. And it's not like a negative problems. It could be like how to make money, for example. It could be as simple as, or overreaching as, how do I make money? Or how do I stay happy? How do I stop doing this bad habit? So over time, I spent most of my time solving a lot of problems. And solving those problems helped me develop a lot of skills. Just willy-nilly, tons of different skills. And what that fed into, to keep all these skills alive, is I focus on constantly solving people's problems. So I run towards solving people's problems. Like, someone needs to understand JavaScript, right? If you need to understand JavaScript and then you ask me and I'm like, I don't know JavaScript. All right, let's learn together. And just learn JavaScript together, right? I have other skills, like learning skills and stuff, right now, and I can use that to help someone. That's me right now. Yeah. So, to me, I didn't focus on what's in it for me, so to speak. What's in it for me? I know that if I continue to be enthusiastic and motivated in helping other people's problems, I will gain something from it, in my opinion, because I'm helping that person solve problems.
but it also stops me from making that same problem or learn everything that makes that person have that problem in the first place. So then if I keep running towards solving problems, I will eventually accumulate a lot of skills, and those skills make it so that sometimes I get lucky. If I need to get a job, I get a job. And I know that sounds reductive and it can sound very condescending, but I have to emphasize that it was a long road. I spent most of my life helping people. So over time, yeah, when you get to a certain age, you have to choose how you spend your time, for sure. For me, my confidence or my ability to speak and explain lots of different things came from the idea that I naturally like to help people. And because I'm all up in their business, when they want to be, like if someone approaches me to help, I'm solving problems that I might have in the future, but I've already encountered them. So whenever a new problem comes up, I'm still looking for new ways. I'm constantly running towards people who challenges me, like, oh, I disagree with you. That's a new problem. So let's try to solve it. Can we come to a disagreement? Agreement. Can we come to an agreement or a compromise? So as long as you have enough energy, so we have to go back to the first thing that you asked about energy. This is something that might vary. I typically have a lot of energy. And I don't know what came first, that I naturally had a lot of energy, or that solving a lot of people's problems, for example, eating better, exercising, preparing for events, dealing with depression, finding confidence, overcoming solving these problems, or at least trying to. I'm not saying I'm always successful. Trying to solve these problems may lead to me having a lot of energy. As in, there are not a lot of things that are sapping my energy away in life. It might be a combination of being naturally, I'm going to use the word very, very loosely, because I am a high functioning person. Things are running at 100 miles, like 300 miles in my head all the time. So my speaking is only capturing some of that. And then combined with solving a lot of problems, then you have a lot of energy. So if I get lucky and I'm really happy all the time, if I'm happy, why not share the energy, right? Why not share the energy? How could I make something as boring as Duolingo, which is boring to a lot of people over time, constantly exciting, right? But they don't have to use Duolingo. If you're bored and then you're saying like, oh, I want to quit learning Japanese, well, let's brainstorm about that. We can come up with something clever, right? Let's brainstorm about it. If there's anything, I could tell you, hey, why don't you learn a cute Japanese word, or a Japanese word that leaves an impression, right? And tell me each day. Tell me 2 or 3 words every single day. I'll tell you a story or my thoughts about those words. And you will likely more remember those words, and then you'll continue to do it. And, maybe in a month or 2, you'll know 180 words. That's still keeping someone going, establishing a habit, and that's kind of the idea. So what is the point of streaming Duolingo? In this case, it's offering the opportunity that even something as boring as this can be incredibly engaging. At least for me, it's to demonstrate. I'm recording this for myself personally. So, if we're going down with no subjectivity, if you throw subjectivity out of the window, the very core of me recording this is for myself. On the underlying case is human memory is tenuous. It is fluid. So memory is fluid, as in over time your experience is going to change your overall memory. So I have insecurities about this. So I can share with you one of my insecurities as a person who concerns themselves with what they know and what they don't know all the time. So in order to do this, I record myself doing this, right? I record myself as much as I can in different ways. I still do and used to journal, right? Journal, have spreadsheets, etc., doing new things like keeping track of video games I've played, right? Virtual databases and whatnot. And then now I stream because it records the things. So way down the line, I don't worry about my past per se. When people are worried like, oh yeah, I don't remember what I've done before. Where has all the time gone? A lot of times the way our memory works, if you are depressed or you're worried, if you have insecurities about your time, the way in my opinion, the way I understand how humans cope with their fluid memory, over time, they're going to think time passed very, very quickly, right? It passed very, very quickly. And that feeling makes the time you used insignificant. As in, oftentimes when people are very depressed, they try to look back and they realize that that feeling, not that time literally compressed, but the memory of that time is compressed because memory consolidates. So oftentimes people panic like, man, what did I do with the last year of my life? Well, one way you could use modern technology to help you with that, even if it's to capture your past self or stranger in your past self, is to record yourself doing these things. Oftentimes a route to finding value in your life when someone is very depressed and feeling like the things they do are insignificant is to encourage them to participate in record keeping. And recording yourself is like a form of record keeping. Like if you always ask like, what do I have to show for myself for the last 30 days? I don't even remember what I did yesterday. Did you wake up on the left side of your bed or on the right side of your bed? Did you brush your teeth at exactly 8:03 a.m.? That kind of thing can really start shaking someone like myself, for example. It varies between human beings, obviously, but my insecurities does root from this. So my attention to detail and my recording and stuff, it's largely an exercise in itself to demonstrate how I manage some of my insecurities. And for other people, it's not as a big a deal. But what it is all this Duolingo stuff and staying motivated and stuff, I'm demonstrating it in real time, how I go from day to day and stay enthusiastic, and then it gives me an opportunity to talk about these things. This type of thing is the reason. It's the main motivation, because technology is speeding ahead. It's speeding ahead a lot, and that also involves business practices that also speed ahead. The downside is human society is not at the same pace, and it's creating unforeseen consequences, unforeseen effects, and we are addressing them nowadays. And that's the idea of accomplishments, like objective accomplishments, like do this, do that kind of thing. And I worry about that, especially if I have this romantic thought of raising a kid one day, right? I want to raise a child one day, and so many of this is all connected. So I can go on for a while, but usually all the things I do, all the stuff that I learn, it has to integrate as many things I can do into one. So what am I doing in Duolingo? I'm not just learning Japanese. I'm practicing communication. I'm recording for my posterity. I'm talking about mental health. I'm using all my skills that I've learned in graduate school about how to solve problems, memory aid, all those things keep all my skills alive. So usually the stuff that I do or decide to do on stream are the things that maximizes all my skills that I have, because, or like tries to incorporate as many as, when I play a video game, I don't just play the video game. I learn from the video game, as in like about myself. I learn about the community that video game is in. I read news about it. I read about the devs, where the roadmaps are, right? What are the business investments? And so it's a whole production. So naturally, every day when I get on, there's something else to talk about in Duolingo. It's doing the exercise themselves. It's the least you can do, in my opinion. Like, if you want to relax, I do relax though. 20% of the time I do relax. That's sleeping, eating, joking around with people, listening to music, not using my voice anymore. And that's kind of why I'm also always speaking out loud. I want to build my voice up and mess around with sounds. So you were mentioning about pronouncing with Japanese accent. I'm doing everything all the time, regardless if it's right or wrong, or to the liking of someone or to not the liking of someone, because I know that actively participating in the thing trumps anything else. If you continue to let other factors to discourage you from integrating everything that you like to do, you will eventually run out of things to keep yourself motivated. And honestly, in my opinion, the whole idea of objectifying learning, that's where formal education failed. It's time to evolve from that, at least in my opinion. So I'm more the guy that if you can't brute force through learning, then maybe I can offer some inspiration to make it seem like fun. But most of the time, successful people, even if it's unfun, they can make it work regardless. So if you're not one of those people, then you're probably off doing a lot of things that are great and interesting, at least in my opinion. I chose Duolingo for a lot of pragmatic reasons too. Like, it's free, you can stream it.
このスカートは M サイズですか?
My view on my actions take a lot of time to talk about. I generally choose one or two perspectives and then outline it. It definitely goes very deep at some point, or deep enough for another person to be interested. Thanks for the question. I like answering those questions. With more practice, I might be able to get think of faster ways of like capturing the ideas, like lots of interesting ideas. So I've been practicing a lot. I think I've answered that type of question for quite a lot now. So I have a lot of practice. So when you said I'm good at explaining certain things that I choose to explain, it's through practice. I don't think there's a natural talent to resonating with people without practice. Humans, no matter how smart you are as a person, without the interaction with another human being, you can't possibly be skilled at that. And I know there are people, a lot of times people say, oh yeah, but this person's naturally charismatic. It still comes with practice, in my opinion. Right? At least that's a shorter answer. A shorter answer. So I really appreciate the questions. I don't get tired of answering the same question, by the way.
unlike many people would say, eventually it gets trying to answer the same question over and over again. I try to answer the question differently every single time. Like, consistently, but differently. I try to improve my answer every time. And if I have to do this exercise 1,000 times over, I will try to do it 1,000 times differently. Not like grossly differently, but slowly. Unappreciably to an individual that might get tired too quickly. Or like foundations. It's like, I already know this word. It's boring. I already know this word. It's like, well, do I know this word? Do I know please, shoes, this? I'm thinking about it. I'm constantly actively thinking about it. Is there any other way to impart more memory or more things to these words? So repetition, literal repetition, isn't literally all I do. At least that's how I keep motivated. If you do something 100 times, you might notice something, but you also got to make sure that you continue to pay attention. If you do 100 things, it might get so boring that you stop paying attention. Then you stop thinking about something, what it could be, right? Let's see. このスカートは M サイズですか? Is this skirt a medium? まず階段を上がします。
階段を上がります。
上がります。Oh, you know, agari was not in the kanji section. Yeah, agari is not in the kanji section. What the heck? Okay, we'll have to come up with a list of all the things that all the kanji that aren't in the list now. This is gonna be the first one. They went back and covered a lot of the other ones, but agari is not on the list.
Ladies
のコーナー。レディースのコーナーはとても広いです。
はとても広いです。
Alright. 右。What is this? 肉。Oh. 肉. Oh, that niku. Oh, that's okay. It's probably that niku. Oh, it kind of sounds like niku too, though. We'll find out in the future. Stadiamu.
空気。
歴史。アーティスト。マフラー。Oh, マフラー。
マフラー？
マフラー。I don't know where マフラー comes from. Yeah, that one is a little weird, so we're gonna still need something, an aid for マフラー。Okay. 右。高い。安い。本。Oops. I said 本。 And Hinari, Hidari. Whoops, Hidari. Okay. Accessory. 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 Accessory.
アクセサリー
Accessory.
アクセサリー
Okay. Okay.
おしゃれ
おしゃれ
な
な
ア
アクセ
クセサリ
サリ
ー
ーを探しましょ
探しましょう
う。おしゃれなアクセサリーを探しましょ
このキラキラの財布はいいですね。
う。このキラキラ
キラキラ
キラキラの What is sparkly?
このキラキラの財布はいいですね。
財布はいいですね。このキラキラの財布はいいですね。キラキラのネックレスが欲しいです。Oops. Wait, actually, yeah, that works.
ネックレス
ネックレスの Whoops.
のキラキラ
キラキラのネックレス
が欲しいです。
ネックレスが欲しいです。
このマフラーはふわふわですね。こ
こ
の
のマフラー
マフラーは
what?
ふわふわ
ふわふわですね。
ですね。このマフラーはふわふわですね。
このマフラーこのマフラーはふらふらですね。
この
キラキラ
このキラキラ
財布はいいですね。
ですね。
このキラキラの財布はいいですね。
まず2階に上がります。そして右に曲がります。
The speaker is giving directions. まず2階に上がります。そして右に曲がります。
曲がり
turn. Okay, first go up to the second floor. First go up to the second floor, then turn right. 右に曲がります。右に曲がります。Turn right. カバンのコーナーはアクセサリーの左です。そう。カバンのコーナーはアクセサリーの左です。The accessories, the bag section is to the left of the accessories.
今週末デパートでアクセサリーのセールがあります。一緒に行きませんか？
Going shopping. To make some accessories. That's interesting. 今週末 this weekend. 今週末デパートでアクセサリーのセールがあります。一緒に行きませんか？ This weekend there's a sale on accessories. The department store has an sale on accessories. Or there is a sale on accessories at the department store this weekend. Would you like to go with me? Migi ni migi ni magarimasu. Turn right. We dropped the U. Turn right. ジーンズはジャケット。ジーンズはジャケットの左です。
の。
Oops.
にの。
Turn right. Turn right. Jeans are next to the jackets. Are left of jackets.
右。
私の新しいペンスカーフ、マフラーは something ふわふわ whoops I said ふわふわです。私の新しいマフラーはふわふわです。
腕時計はネックレスの右です。
腕時計 That's a great way to bring back watch. 腕時計はネックレスの右です。The necklaces, or sorry, the watches are to the right of the necklaces. Kira. Kira no kaban wa choto. Okay.
キラキラのカバンはちょっと。
そして左、そして左、左に曲がります。
左に曲がります。
そして左。そして左に曲がります。Okay. 8000
店員さんに聞きましょうか。
店員さんに聞
きましょう
か。 Okay. Let me look. This kanji, huh? Oh, oh. Oh, that's something. It's funny, the bottom right, oh, wow. What does it mean? That's pretty funny, though. I like how the right hand right hand radical is larger than the 3 before it. What does it even mean? That's a lot of strokes. A lot of the same things. It's like a ton of right, ton of these over and over again. What does it mean, Gabriel?
店員さんに聞きましょうか。
店員さんに聞きましょうか。Wait.
店員さんに聞きましょうか。
I guess that works. 右。隣。あ、左。左。7つ。8000。
レジは1階です。
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 8500円です。8500円です。
Okay. ポイントカード。ポイントカード。ポイントカード。ポイントカード will you use your oh interesting ポイントカード使いますか No ポイントカードを使いますか
ポイントカードを使いますか
Okay
レジの近くに店員さんがいます。あの店員さんに聞きましょう。
Okay This person will talk to a store employee. What do those mean? Let me check this out. Oh, that one looks pretty cool too. Interesting. It kind of reminds me of like the whole shinbun thing, where it's flanked by similar elements but at an angle, and then it's like built on top. It kind of looks like a village from top down. Huh. I don't think we'll ever see those, like, from my perspective. Reji no chikaku ni tenin san ga imasu. Tenin san ga imasu. Oh, yeah, there is a salesperson next to the cash register. Tenin-san ni kikimashou. Let's ask that salesperson over there. Store employee. Whichever. Where's the cash register? レジはどこですか？どこですか？
レジはどこですか？
全部で8000円です。ポイントカードはありますか？
The tree one has no meaning? Oh, interesting. 全部で8、全部で1000円です。1000円です。ポイントカードはありますか？ They're at a cash register. Okay. We should look for a salesperson. 探しましょう。Do you still use テニンさんテニンさんを探しましょう。Okay.
昨日
靴下を買いました。Oh yeah, 今度新しい靴が買いました。買いたいです。今度買いたいです。今度next time. 今度 That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be a rough one to remember. Kondo, given all the other things before. Okami. Hello there. Hi. Okami. Wait. Are you saying Okami as in like the Clover Studios title, Okami? Is that a reference to Okami in that way? Because my man, and we're talking about Okami, that would be kind of deep cut. That's a deep cut right there. Hello there. I know it means wolf. I know Okami. I know Okami means wolf, but deep cuts because a really great game is Okami. It's by Clover Studios. But this studio no longer exists because Sony's a butthead. And many wait for the return of Okami. Possibly. Reji wa near the Reji waアクセサリーの近くです。You also started learning Japanese like a month ago. Still consistent? How is Duolingo though? I stopped it and just focused using Anki. It's going pretty well. Duolingo is going pretty well. Duolingo recently had a slight structure change. But yeah, I'm on section 3, unit 6. Something like that. How's Anki treating you? Neji wa accessory. How much Japanese do you know? How long ago, like how's your Japanese studying going? レジはアクセサリーの近くです。Well, actually,コーナーの Aki improved your input but still struggling in reading? I see. What are you doing for reading? Senchu seta. Yeah. Senchu seta o kaimashita.
先週
Konna koto. Kondo. Sorry. Kondo koto o kaitai desu.
今度
Kondo. I want to buy a coat next time. Sure. Kondo. Kondo motto kirei na doresu. Doresu ga kaitai desu. Sure. That works. I want to buy a pretty dress next time. 8000 yen desu. 8000 yen desu.
8000円で
8000
す。
this. There's an app I just downloaded. It's like a newspaper that also is a dictionary at the same time, and it would also read it for you if you would like. I am working in that too. What is the app called? I'm already doing something different from that. That is similar as well. I use grade readers. Grade readers effectively do the same thing too, in terms of reading or comprehensible input. So these books are graded based on their comprehension competency level, and then they have audio, visual, and they're in a story format. Todai. Interesting. Easy Japanese Todai. I don't use a phone, by the way, so that's also a thing. This is the desktop version of Duolingo. Do I do immersion? Sometimes. I do it irregularly. I do all of the above. My immersion is usually vlogs and podcasts. But I listen to vlogs and podcasts in a comprehensible input way, not in an immersion way. So, what I mean is, not the immersion that a lot of people are talking about. I do it in a comprehensible way. So not the thing where you sit there and you try to soak it up. I watch vlogs and podcasts that are directed towards a level of comprehension. So I already can listen to 70 to 80% of the things before I start watching it. Do you have a rewards card? Point card wa arimasu ka? Okay.
ポイントカードはありますか?
And like once a week, there's a chance a few peeps and I watch anime of whatever anime that's interesting. And from time to time, I watch anime alone for self-interest. Yesterday, I watched Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the movie, because yesterday someone brought up their understanding of the kanji for expansion, and expansion kanji is in Jujutsu Kaisen's title. And then they asked me if I watched Jujutsu Kaisen, and I only watched the first season. So I happened to watch the movie yesterday.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
That would be considered as a immersion activity as well. Okay. What do you do for immersion? Okami. 帽子のコーナー Wait, did I screw this up before? No. までむず Oh no. No. まっすぐまっすぐ行きます You kind of got lost when you mean passive immersion. Lots of times people's immersion might be what they do is they play something in the background and doesn't actively understand how much they comprehend and how much they don't comprehend. So oftentimes it's different from doing what you like versus doing what is comprehensible. That trying immersion by being overwhelmed. That is passive immersion. So until you spend enough time doing deductive work, like you need to form a foundation. You need to form a foundation before you start hopping into immersion. The immersion that most people are talking about. Generally, I don't immerse in that way. So I don't, most of my time now, I don't like watching anime that may be way overwhelming. I actually select anime. If I'm watching anime, I would select a specific anime for comprehension. So that's how I'm immersing. Sometimes total immersion can be confused with comprehension or comprehensible input. So I want to make that distinction. There's this like very, very common advice on, oh yeah, you know, just hop in and surround yourself with Japanese all the time. If you don't know it, just pick up a dictionary and define those things. That's not how I learn from immersion. I'm learning by not picking up a dictionary. How much was your input when I watched Jujutsu Zero out of 100? It was a little bit lower than I really wanted. It was about 60 to 70. I actually adopted a lot of vocabulary words that I already knew from listening to anime a long time ago, like over my life, like things like yokai, right? Yokai, maho, things like that, words like magic and demons and curses are not actually words that I learned, but at the same time I recognize their sound, but they're not necessarily comprehensible. As in, I don't know what it looks like, the kana, I can't visualize the kana in time and stuff like that. That kind of thing. So to me, when I want to immerse, I need a foundation in which I am already aware that, yeah, tatakai. Oh yeah, tatakai. Oh, interesting. Tatakai is very close to atatakai as well. Now that I realized that, I didn't even make that connection. Tatakai and atatakai are two very different meaning words, but they're very close by one syllable. Atatakai is warm. I'm not sure if it has any other alternative use, actually. I only know one use for it at the moment. Yeah. That's how I'm immersing. Also, immersion also suggests, a lot of times immersion also suggests that you don't use your native language. I also do not believe in that as well. I don't use that approach. I use English to leverage my memory. So if I can't translate enough quickly, or if I don't have words, I fill it in with English. So immersion, a lot of times the common conception is you're trying to force yourself to think in the target language only. I don't do that deliberately. Does Duolingo improve your grammar? That's a good question. It improves how you recognize things being next to each other, but it doesn't improve your deduction on what the rules are. You would have to, well, yeah, you have to deduce them, but they're not explicit about grammar. So you don't gain any explicit grammar explainers, right? So it's not explicit about it. However, if you're a deductive person, you can probably deduce what they're doing over time. Yeah, I'm gonna use this the word immersion. So I'm gonna say I've been using this phrase as a joke, or sort of, because I'm not a linguistics person, but I'm an immersion baby. Obviously English is not my only immersion. I have a few languages that were the product of total immersion. And the thing is, oftentimes when you're a total immersion baby, you tend to rely on hybrid things to learn, in my opinion. So the very normal thing I do a lot of times would be like, if I need to get something in a timely fashion and stuff, it's not about total comprehension. It's about just enough comprehension to communicate the idea and not void of one language or the other language. So I pick up whatever word that can fill into it at sometimes. Like, for example, もう勉強します。自分は学校を勉強します。自分は公司の納言はmaybe やる人は話します。我多少やら話します。I just said I need to do a lot of talking from Fujonese to Japanese, because all I can think about right now is just talking. So the only vocabulary that is coming out of my mouth is dealing with talking. So for me, when I'm watching anime, if I only comprehend 60% per se, if I only comprehend 60%, I'm already automatically filling in the other 40% with English. Or attempting to. So lots of times, like, okay, well, yada 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 yada. Oh, word I know. So I'm like, subject, object, time, word, predicate, and I know this predicate word. Do I practice pitch accent? Not particularly. No. I practice hearing different pitches and producing different pitches. I don't practice pitch accent though. I don't believe in pitch accent, unfortunately or fortunately. I believe if you can produce all the ranges of pitches and then listen to the pitch changes, then one day I will find someone that I really like and I will mirror what they sound like, is what I would do. So one day when I have the foundations of producing all the pitches, all the different pitches, and hearing all the pitches, I will pick my favorite influencer and I will mirror and impersonate their pitch accent, is what I usually do. So like for English, if I wanted to acquire a Southern accent for my American English, I will find someone who I resonate with a lot and listen to them and impersonate them until I've acquired that accent. So I know a lot of people say that pitch accent is essential for comprehension Japanese, but I don't plan on being Japanese or living in Japan. So oftentimes I will pick my favorite personality. Maybe it'll be a One Piece character or something. Who knows? Something that's very long, has a huge voice bank, and that's probably where I would go with it. But I can tell you that I can produce different pitches. I can know when pitches are high and low relative to each other. Not necessarily because I know Japanese. I am a musician. You feel Japanese is so fragile language, you gotta be very precise with the words because meaning is easily getting changed, don't you think? I disagree with you because Japanese is an incredibly heavy contextual language and people are incredibly conditioned to contextualize the language. So even when it's incredibly inflexible when it comes to pronunciation, the rigidity of contextual helps a lot. So viewing things in a void, yes, pitch accent will come into play. Because you have lots of context. The Japanese language almost encourages you to always think contextually. In English, you don't a lot of times. And that creates ambiguity. So even if English doesn't have pitch accent or anything, you usually practice non-contextualized sentence construction, which is why translation in English is like and then in Japanese everyone is focused on context. So yes, I do practice mirroring as close as I can as I'm going. So I'm going to learn pitch accent as I go. However, I do not believe it is paramount to being able to produce pitch accent and listen to pitch accent. So you will probably hear me say things like, I will guess this, right? Like bullshit. But if it's like bullshit, right? Bullshit versus bullshit. Or what's a good example? Like what's it? Kona versus kona, right? Kona versus kona. If you can hear it, it's fine. To me, that is my primary priority. Without being able to hear pitch accent and produce different pitch accents, when you go and listen to someone and try to reproduce their pitch accent, you will not have the mechanics nor the sensitivity to hear it in order to mirror it. So that's kind of where I am here. I don't have the time to be concerned with pitch accent at the moment. And my goal is not to sound like a native Japanese speaker, just to clarify. I have no aspirations nor goals that stretch that far out, nor do I care in a very respectful way. I'm an American English speaker. I'm also a speaker of Fujonese, and typically I expect that people have varying accents when they talk different languages and speak different languages. As much as I actually don't care if people think I'm a foreigner, because I am a foreigner, that kind of thing. Be like super realistic. Let's see. I don't think Japanese is a fragile language, by the way. It's an incredibly robust language. It's reliant so much on presumptions. You have to assume so many things. There's so many implicit monocultural assumptions that make it very robust. In English, it's incredibly fragile because ambiguity is spawned constantly from the many groups that actually use English. There are far more non-native English speakers than there are actually native speakers. In Japanese, it's incredibly robust because 99% of it comes from Japan. That's just hard, probably because I just started. Might actually see the difference once I get it. Watch Cure Dolls. Yeah, Cure Dolly or Cure Doll, Cure Dolly. Lots of people mention that too as a source. Of course, every person is different than other, but don't you think that input is the easiest and fastest thing you get better at this language? Both. You can do both simultaneously. So instead of focusing on one, I just do all. Do you agree that if you could do something simultaneously, even however little, is still more than the one thing alone? My goal in learning this language just to understand anime. Yeah, that's a solid. Lots of people learn this language to understand anime, or at least input 80 to 90% of the content. I do both. I do both. For example, when I'm listening to a grade reader, I'm reading and speaking out loud along with it. Because it's within my comprehension, right? And then I fill in the words I don't. You can, if you want to focus entirely on one. Am I learning the kanji section? Me? Absolutely. Kanji section is my bread and butter. So every single time I complete a lesson set, we go back through the kanji section. So far, every single kanji I can recall in its reverse order, based on how I use Duolingo. Yes. The kanji section comes after every lesson set, which I don't know what lesson number I'm on now, but there's 6 in this set. So there's 30 minutes dedicated to kanji every day, and then every 25 days I recall all the kanji, and once every 2 weeks I write all the kanji that I know so far from Duolingo, from memory, and then I write kana along with it once every 2 weeks. When I first started, I did it once, a little back, I did it once every week. And then when I first started, the first 3 weeks to a month, I wrote every single day, the entire kana every single day. Until now. Now I don't do it because, you know, you don't want to you don't want to hit too much diminished return by practicing something. Out of 100%, how much did Duolingo improve my input? As in, I don't know what I'm comparing it to. I haven't learned anything like Duolingo before, so I don't have anything to compare it to. I've learned Spanish before, but it was not in this way, so I can't compare it to Spanish. It's a different approach. Is pitch accent really that important in Japanese? It is for some things. So Jiao, right? Jiao pointed out that if I say gudai, if I say gudai, that's incorrect. But if I say gudai, that's about. And then kudai is dark. This can also be pronounced as kudai. And this can be pronounced as kudai as well. But this is kudai. This is kudai. Kudai. So these two words you can end up entering it. But the thing is, when is it that you're gonna say about and dark interchangeably? So because that's my comment about context. Japanese is incredibly context heavy and people are looking for context all the time. So when is it that you're going to interchange about and dark? Basically. So that's why a lot of times if you're a learner, in my opinion, practice hearing the difference in pitch accent and practice manipulating different pitch accents. But overall, when you have the tools to hear and mimic or produce that, I think it's fine in general because your comprehension comes first, in my opinion. So when you have context, even though you say kudai or about instead of kudai or gudai, for these, the context usually rules out one, even if the pitch accent is off. But pitch accent does indicate different words and different meaning a lot of times, or like noticeable times in like maybe common words. So it is kind of important, and it is kind of it's kind of like nuancy important, and also but not as pragmatically, because of the context heavy nature of the Japanese language. At least that's my opinion. I would not construct a sentence in which the pitch accent would cause me to create confusion in someone. So like I wouldn't deliberately construct a sentence where about can be misconstrued for dark if I mispronounce the pitch accent, because I understand the contextual nature of the words I'm using. So even if my pitch accent is all over the place, there can only be one potential, or like usually there isn't, not that it can't happen, because if I don't know that there's another word that sounds like another word, then it can happen. And usually that's fine with me, because when there's a misunderstanding, it's an opportunity to use your other Japanese, to learn more with Japanese. I believe in making mistakes to learn things. So regardless if my pitch accent is perfect or not, it will be a natural place where I will probably end up developing things. So instead of worrying about things that I might screw up, I will do as much as I can in the moment. I ask because I know there's a Japanese dialect without it, and I imagine they can understand each other. I don't know though. There are dialectic differences that makes it almost unintelligible, but not really. They do have a lot of dialects. The only ones that I can pick up is Kansai and Kanto. And the Kanto dialect is the one that I'm most used to hearing, and I'm trying to mimic that in my head. In my head, I'm mimicking a Kanto dialect. However, other games, I've heard the Kansai accent, and it's definitely at some points a bit more unintelligible due to my lack of ear training. But I have played games where you can pick up like, oh yeah, this is a different dialect. However, the words there are a lot of, it's not like Chinese dialects where it's so extensive that it's pretty much unintelligible to each other. So it's kind of cool. I don't know if you choose to pick up dialects or not. Basically, I'm just going to choose whoever I like in the future. So whoever the Japanese person that steals my heart, I will probably end up sounding like them. The way I learned English, gain my accents or move my accents, were based on the people who I found like a parasocial relationship with. So I sound remarkably like various people or a particular group of people. The way I talk in English, my diction and my word choice is largely due to that. So I have no worries or insecurities that I will pick up a pitch accent from whoever my favorite podcaster or vlog is. So I'm not too worried. That's probably my best answer. To me, learning and worrying about things is a balance that a lot of people have to make. And for myself, I like to, this is going to be controversial, but if I feel safe enough to output certain things that are related, then I have no problems, quote unquote, fixing them or changing them in the future. Unlike a lot of people who want to get it right the first time and always get it right the first time, or hyper focus on getting right the first time. What happens to that is you stop taking in all the other things when you focus on it. What happens when you hyper focus on pitch accent? Everything else goes down as well. So what am I willing to focus on is I'm focusing on a little bit of everything. And whatever is the weakest will determine where my focus goes. Do I know which one's the weakest? Not particularly. The idea is to stay open-minded and capture as much of the information as you can. So that's kind of where I'm focusing. I mean, it's not to say that you need to do something specifically, but overcompensation happens a lot with hyper-focusing. Yeah, I find that people do that because they don't want to form bad habits. Yeah, that word to me, from a teaching standpoint, is incredibly useful, but also dangerous. Like it's one of those phrases that it you know, if you have the Spider-Man thing, right? With great power comes great responsibility. If you are in a position of comprehension that you're trying to educate someone and encourage them to learn, use that phrase wisely, in my opinion. Like, using the phrase bad habits can get someone to legitimately end up hyper-focusing on things, and it ultimately reduces their input comprehension over time. Like, they stop taking more and more input because they're hyper-focused and aggressively getting diminished return on the very specific thing. It's kind of like someone who pumps a lot of iron, right? Like, get really good at the gym, get so swole, and then you put them on the racetrack and they die and they keel over because their cardiovascular health is completely crushed by their hyper focus on hypertrophy. That kind of thing. That happens a lot. And it's not to say that my approach is any more efficient. I'm not saying it's any more efficient. But what I'm suggesting is my approach to things is more holistic. I tend to look at a bigger picture and go with the bottom line. And that's it, right? Like, you take as much as you can and then worry about the details later. At least that's where you have to start. If you become so consumed by the nuances of things before you even do them, it is a moot point if you never get to that point. You can't have bad habits if you can't conceive if they were bad in the first place, because you never developed the competency to even know if it's a bad habit. You know, it's kind of like that someone that says, oh yeah, just trust me, in another 10 years you'll thank me. And I'm like, well, what if they never get there in that 10 years because you said that? So would you rather have that person get to a position where they will thank you, or scare off that person and never have that person experience it at all? It's a tough question. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer. You have to ask yourself, you know, as the instructor, the person offering the advice, and also the person you're trying to help, and that person's perspective. Like, where do they want to be? Most of the time, when someone's tried to scare me off, like, oh yeah, this career is very hard and stuff, by the time I got there, I didn't even end up getting that. I didn't even end up ending up in that career. Like, for example, hey son, you're born to be a medical doctor. Let's go. In another 12 years, you're gonna enroll in medical school. And by the time I got there, wasn't even going to medical school. That's kind of the thing, right? So I think it's far more empowering to have the confidence and the assurance that you can change a habit at any time. You have the capacity to overcome the habit. So come what may, you are less concerned about what could be versus what is now. So if I get a bad habit of pitch accent later, I'm already setting and working on the things that will allow me to change those habits when I get there. So if you take in all these things, it feels less worrisome. You don't have to, when people ask you, like, aren't you worried that you're not making any progress? Right? And you have to ask the person, like, what do you mean by progress? How do you measure progress? It's like, well, you know, getting closer to fluency in Japanese. Like, well, how does that look? Can you give me the day by day on how you measure getting closer to fluency? If you think you have an answer, you are probably one of the... You should get a Nobel Prize for it, because I'm going to tell you now, I don't think there's anyone who can define and expect when fluency slaps you in the face. It's a moment in someone's journey, and it's highly unpredictable, and it's almost undefined from person to person. So, much like that, life's journey is that. You don't know when you're going to become fluent. Legitimately, if linguistic people or language learners actually knew how to do that and describe that, then we wouldn't be having this discussion about fluency and how to achieve fluency, right? It just it happens one day through all your effort and stuff. It's so nebulous right now, it can't be quantified. So that's kind of my take on the whole worrying about certain things. If it happens, it happens. But hey, I'm not... Just because my goal isn't Japanese fluency or sounding native-like, if it happens, that's kind of cool. You know? And you know what my thoughts are when I think about sounding native-like in Japanese? If that path, if whatever I'm doing now leads to a path of Japanese, native-like Japanese, if that happens, what am I giving up? Or what am I exchanging? Because my goals are bigger than one task. So is my English going to change? Am I going to continue sounding like the way I sound now if somehow I invested in a disproportionate amount of time into Japanese? I can tell you now, people who are maybe on the line that is almost considered native-like in Japanese, they do not sound the same in English. A human being can only juggle so much with emphasis. When I hear their English, I do not hear someone who uses English a lot anymore. So you have to temper your expectations. You can only do so much as a human being. So oftentimes I let the journey take me. If I end up sounding native-like, I'm pretty sure my English is going to change as well, adapting to it. If I don't, then maybe my Japanese will just be jozo material, right? Or is it jozu? It's just gonna be a meh, right? But my English will be preserved. I can tell you, I'm absolutely certain from my perspective that the people who are really, really great at English, I mean Japanese, their English is not at the level that I think I am at. So there's going to be compromising. I mean, maybe you can meet some extraordinary person who's able to juggle all of that. But we're talking about the rules, not the exceptions, right? The average, not the extraordinary. I'm not an extraordinary person. I don't typically consider myself an extraordinary person. I'm a hardworking person. So naturally, I don't expect myself to be continuing to be excellent in English if I dedicate almost all my time to Japanese, for example. Funny thing happened recently. I have a friend who's been learning Spanish on and off for 6 months, and I'm confident he overestimates his ability because he was talking. He was telling me he's almost fluent. He just needs to learn grammar and he's good. Yeah, no hate to him, of course. I just think it's funny. I think it's kind of funny too. But if he's super enthusiastic and that type of like confidence is not getting him into trouble and then it's like pushing him, hey, you know, I'm an enabler. I'm gonna enable, right? Instead of saying, oh dude, man, you really suck. You should just give up now because 6 months, you're nowhere near great. Like, at least that's my opinion. Like, instead of stomping the person out, you know, like that's awful in my opinion. That's awful. And I actually think the Japanese learning community is a little bit higher in standards when it comes to that. They are more likely to tell you and like instill fear, doubt, and uncertainty more than others, right? Because of the collective culture that is Japanese, right? It's actually projected through their system. So in a way, I wouldn't snuff out a fire. We don't know how even arrogance and confidence may lead. There are plenty of success stories where people faked it before they made it, right? And I'm not saying faking it in a malicious way, meaning they are able to give themselves the confidence, and that confidence has led to the bootstrapping, the endless like toil, stumble, and get up. I mean, we all watch, I mean, like a lot of us watch anime, right? When you fall down, you learn from it, right? That type of overconfidence can also be an asset to someone. If they get tripped down, they will have the confidence to pick themselves up and continue, as opposed to snuffing out the fire before it happens. At least personally, I like to believe that. About that, do you think that proficiency in a language will cause you to sacrifice parts of your native language unintentionally? I believe that the way memory works and the way skills work, they will consolidate and become something different altogether. So rather than a sacrifice per se, it's more of a mixing and melding. My Fujonese I will never sound like a non-Fujonese Mandarin speaker if I keep Fujonese in my identity, right? I don't think the goal is to sound like a Japanese person. I think my realistic goal is to sound like an English person, an English person who also speaks Japanese, who also speaks Fujonese. I think the people who aim for those things are incredibly extraordinary individuals who have idealistic and possible goals that they can attain. I am not one of those people. I don't think my life and mental health benefits from assuming an identity that doesn't exist. In my opinion, like when someone says, "Don't you want to sound native-like?" It's like, well, I'm not Japanese. That's my logic. So it's my choice, obviously. Other people might say like, well, if you want to be something, you can always be it if you believe hard enough. It's like, I'm not that kind of person. I operate in logic and I operate in psychological health, right? So if your goal is to be something you are not, I often ask you, are you happy? Can you keep doing it for the rest of your life and stay happy? If the answer is yes, then I will enable you in any way possible. I will root for you every single day. Some people operate on that. It fuels them. The unattainable fuels them. I have other different types of unattainable goals, but not in this particular context. I do not want to be a Japanese person, or I do not want to sound Japanese. I want to use Japanese in a sense to connect with the Japanese people, with other Japanese people, but I do want them to see me as someone that isn't Japanese, because I'm not Japanese. In fact, they're probably more inclined to know that I know different things if I'm not trying to pretend to be them. If you know what I mean. Like, I'm a multicultural person, so I like cultural exchanges. I like to exchange culture, not to assimilate culture. So like, I want to be part of, like, participate in the Japanese culture, and I want Japanese people to participate in my culture. So I'm learning Japanese on the side to do that. I want to be able to communicate in a manner that allows me to share my culture, and they allow to share their culture with me. Not blend into their culture and share nothing of myself. That's assimilation. Assimilating is very different. So at least that's my 2 cents. I think the world is incredibly rich when there are identifiably different people that mutually understand how to communicate to each other and do not have blinders in which belief is enough to cause facts to change. For example, your belief that you are Japanese does not make you Japanese if you want to truly understand Japanese culture, right? So that's kind of the thing. I'm born into a Chinese household, and that pragmatism still grounds me with my American culture, in which this oftentimes suggests the idea that if you believe hard enough, it becomes facts. You can't unborn yourself and reborn yourself into a different time period and status. And instead of fighting against that, I embrace that and work with it. That's my 2 cents, right? Other people stay happy doing whatever they're doing to make me happy for myself. I tend not to work towards something that pretty much everyone else don't necessarily believe in. I like to work towards and with other people. So instead of trying to go out of my way to convince other Japanese people to see me as a Japanese person, I want to convince other Japanese people to see a foreigner who is interested in their culture and their language, because that is what I am. I am a foreigner who loves their culture and their language. So if there are things that they are like, oh yeah, you said this really weird, but you're a foreigner. It's like, and then what happens is, in my opinion, that becomes an expected social norm, right? Eventually it'll become an expected social norm, and people will identify other people with endearment. Like, I don't want to fix my friends. For example, if your friend happens to be Japanese, I don't see a person to be fixed. I see a person to be understood. And when you understand that person, all their little idiosyncrasies and nuances are what makes them your friend. And I see Japanese culture like that. It's such a comforting friend that I cannot be part of, but I want to at least participate in and understand, right? Like, I am not literally that. And that's kind of how I treat most things. I accept people because the things that make them different defines a lot of how much you pay attention to. So if someone can pick up my pitch accent and say, oh yeah, this guy's an English speaker, it's like, darn straight I'm an English speaker. Like, I hope you find that cool, because if you were speaking English right now with me as a Japanese speaker, I would love your accent. I want to dispel, because I'm an English speaker, right? I'm an English speaker, and there are more people learning English than people who grew up with English. So for now, if you think you should feel uncomfortable speaking English to me, rest assured that the way you speak English, as long as you work on it and we can communicate and any high levels, your accent, it's part of you. You can obviously you can choose to fix it if you want. Lots of people have told me, like, I was talking to Lotus and Indy, they want to like remove their draw from like Japanese, or remove their draw from American English. And all I can say is it would be really cool if you could do both. Like, I love the Southern accent. The Southern accent makes me like kind of warm inside. You know, if I walk in and then that person say, oh, come on in, you know, like have a seat or something, and you hear like a Southern drawl, that's part of their identity. It's cool. It's neat. Right? At least in my opinion. It's kind of like the Japanese culture. They want to preserve their Japanese. On that sentence, what's the difference of Mosuku, Mosuku and Masuku. Masuku is straight. Mosuku is, where's Mosuku at? Mosuku would be soon. I think you're talking about Mosuku. Yeah, this is Muzugashi, which is difficult, but I'm guessing you mean Mosuku as in soon. Yeah, this is straight.
まっすぐ
Yeah, Masuku. Masuku. Do you learn Japanese too? Are you learning Japanese, XD? How are you? By the way, if you're learning Japanese, how are you learning Japanese? I like to hear all the different ways people are learning Japanese. Oh, with Duolingo too? Where are you with Duolingo? It's not that you're less interesting, XD, but I actually think, much like what I said about Japanese, learning Japanese, I think there's a room for a community where you are defined also, like you can use your way of learning as a way to be unique, right? How did you learn Japanese? How did you learn Japanese? Well, that's why YouTube is fantastic, because when you go on YouTube, it's also confusing as well, where you go on and then you look at 10 different people and they would have 10 different ways that they have learned Japanese. Which way do you follow? The one that you care about. Konnichiwa. Poke poke. Hello. Genki desu ka? I don't know if I'm gonna finish this. I don't even know what else I can say after that. After Genki desu. What do you naturally say after in the discussion? 私は英語を学んでいます。I am in the middle of English. I'm in the middle of English. There is 勉強. Oh, you're in the middle of studying English. Okay. Okay. I see. Ah, nice. How's English? Okay. Sorry, I don't have, hopefully my English is not too crazy, because I don't I can't speak Japanese really well at all. 英語難しいです。Alright, yeah. 日本語も難しいです。難しいです。XD, you were in Unit 3 section, I don't remember, like 4 months ago. Okay, but the course changed, yeah, and you jumped to section 3. Oh, Unit 3, section 53. So I reviewed all the previous units because there's a lot of content I didn't see. Yeah, I got that a lot. XD. I started when they changed the thing, and then today or yesterday they split up all the things, so all the units got doubled, right? But the order hasn't changed. However, I started before they changed everything. I mean, I started after they changed everything, and then everyone else that I know have used it before the change. So they oftentimes they talk about like have they decided to go back or to see things? But I do have a few people who just chill out and then see if they pick up anything that they haven't seen while I'm doing this, because one of the words that Indy pointed out was mazu. Mazu was the phrase that came up today that he was not aware of, that was new, which is first. Yeah. Man, I am really tempted to I feel I'm in a position where I could spend my time in a language exchange, right? Because I would love to learn, or I would love to explore English and Japanese at the same time in a language exchange. However, I don't think you can, I can't find an excellent way of also making recordings and talking about psychology and learning and how to like have motivation and stuff while being part of a language exchange. So I haven't really thought of an idea that I could do to incorporate all the things that I want to do at the moment. So this is the platform that I chose to continue to work on for the time being until I get inspired to do something else, right? To like combine something.
その
T シャツ T シャツ T シャツ
T シャツ
T シャツ T シャツはボロボロ I mean yes ボロボロですね。
ボロボロ
はボロボロですね。
ですね。
かわいいアクセサリー。
かわいいアクセサリー。I like accessory.
かわいいアクセサリー。
Accessory. Accessory. かわいいアクセサリー。Whoops. Okay. Really? Duolingo? Really? Really? And here's the thing, right? You might be thinking Duolingo will take both, right? You might be thinking Duolingo will take both of these examples, right? The answer is this will be incorrect. Because you have to put I've done this before. So if you say cute accessory, technically as a fragment it's acceptable. But you need it's a cute accessory. And you might be thinking, well, accessories, no, you then drop the article because it's cute accessories. Good old English. Good old English.
この靴はちょっと。
Oh no, wait. I lied. No, I'm incorrect. They just said it on the bottom. They'll take accessory. Oh, I need to put my foot in my mouth now. It did say you can use cute accessory. So it's both. Anyways, I'm sorry. Fake news, guys. I take back everything I say. Duolingo accepts it, which is nice. It's nice to see. Sometimes it doesn't, okay? So be wary, at least in my opinion, when it comes to English. I imagine this stuff comes up all the time for people who use English, like their target language is English, where like, oh, is there an here? Is there like, should I drop the Should I drop the article? And then I've been burned a couple of times, and it makes me question my English competency all the time. And I think that's fun. Just saying. Yes, English go burr.
この靴はちょっと。
この靴はちょっと。
はちょっと。
Okay. この靴はちょっと。
左に曲がります。
左に曲がります。左に曲がります。You turn left. Neat.
レディースのコーナーはとても広いです。
レディースのコーナーは
広い。
と
ても
広いです。I think this translation is a little bit weird, but I think it's more going with the idea of the English feeling of it's really big. As in like the selection, the women's section is really big, filled with stuff, as opposed to just saying it's very spacious. Because when it's very spacious, right, it's kind of very, it's not quite something people like you would say a lot of times. But I think it's more in the feeling of, oh, there's a lot of stuff. There's a big area of the thing, in my opinion. But remember that big, we already have oki. So I'm kind of curious how Japanese is being used here. But in English, if it translates to spacious, that's kind of weird in a sense, because it's an impractical, it's kind of a non-functional thing when you're thinking about shopping for clothing, in the context of shopping for clothing. Oh, this is very spacious. Like, is it empty? So there's not like a lot of things in it? Or is it spacious because it's a good thing? Or is it spacious because it has a large selection of clothing? That kind of thing. I don't know. Just some ramblings of... You didn't know that Duolingo was a category on Twitch? Yeah, so historically, Duolingo attempted to create a Twitch scene. And let's just say educational content is not popular. Says the person that spent over 5 years trying to make gaming part of about learning and failing in spectacular fashion. So they attempted to create a Duolingo group even, actually. And you can see what happened. Let's just say the word learning is not the same as playing, right? Word learning and playing for the English nuance has some psychological predispositions. So in fact, a lot of times when people say, I played video games for a while now, and they all often ask me, oh, do you play for fun? And I'm like, no, I don't play video games for fun. I play video games to learn. So I tried that for maybe over 4 years. Talk about like psychological deep cuts and topical commentary, how to have a regular relationship and maximizing or like potentially inspiring things to better enjoy video games or learn and use the video games transferable skills. That didn't go so hot. So even that can't even happen. So Duolingo, naturally, it was very expected that the Duolingo attempt to create a Twitch scene failed quite a bit. At least that's the historical recap. I wasn't there when Duolingo attempted to do it, but it was very convenient. Just so you, here's another funny story. The only reason, one of the biggest reasons that I'm streaming Duolingo right now is because I asked myself one day, learning with video games is not working out. I need more skills. I need more skills to use to demonstrate that video games can teach you life skills in a way of transferable problem solving, right? But I get that whole blowback where like, it's a video game. What problem solving or critical thinking can you be doing, right? That happened a lot for the 4 or 5 years that I've attempted to do this. So instead, I wanted to acquire another skill live.
Like, how do I acquire a learning skill? Like something that is intrinsically associated with learning that I also have an investment in. Well, I kind of want to learn Japanese and Mandarin, and even review my Spanish, right? So I looked on Twitch and like, what can I stream without, like, I don't know, someone suing me for monetizing their proprietary courses. And sure enough, all I did was type, I looked up like learning apps or something, like popular learning apps, and the first thing pops up is obviously Duolingo. But then I go to Twitch and I type in Duolingo, and the rest is history. I didn't know anything about Duolingo. So everything I'm doing now is almost empirical from the start, until like 2 or 3 weeks in, where I needed to educate myself on the current politics, the political aspect of Duolingo. And you'd be wondering, like, what type of politics would Duolingo have? The infighting, specifically the infighting in language learning. I had to culture myself in the scape of this infighting so that I can intellectually communicate and make compromises. So now I am aware of at least 15 different other popular approaches, of which I don't have enough time to explore, and these are proprietary, so you can't stream them anyways if you want it. At least 5 different learning approaches, or very classical learning approaches, and then I engage in all these conversations in order to be able to receive anyone's criticism or questions, because I do things to learn. I don't necessarily do them for a lofty goal. The lofty goal will happen naturally if it does or not. I might stop using Duolingo in the next 6 months. I wouldn't know. Typically do not look that far ahead. Do my best and learn as much as I can. Funny observation. That Duolingo has a category. It's the only language learning category. Because at one point, I wish I was there, honestly. That'd be kind of cool if I were there when they attempted it. But I think the Twitch community, how much I know about the Twitch community, which that's over like 8 or 9 years with Twitch community, I imagine it got buried. It got buried hard. I mean, people don't even know there's a Duolingo category, and I still get flames for using Duolingo. So I can only imagine what it was like when they were trying to spread notoriety for Duolingo. I can only imagine all the Anki pitchforkers and immersion people, and like, yeah, there's another language learning category called learning a foreign language is no easy task, for sure, with 246 followers. Wait, there is? Oh wait, is that the new experimental thing that they started? Because I got a no easy task category. Like, what I mean is, I don't know if it was April Fool's joke or not, but recently on Twitch when I was logging in, they said they added some fun other categories, and one of them was like hard tasks no one cares about or something like that. I'm not sure if someone created that category recently. I wouldn't mind putting I wouldn't mind finding something else and going to that category, but for now I'm using Duolingo because I'm literally in the Duolingo category. It's funny. I don't mind it. However, if I had to guess, eventually Duolingo was already popular. They decided to expand to Twitch, and pretty much everyone took to Twitch and made it miserable. If I had to guess, made it miserable for all the Duolingo partners, as in those people who are sponsored by Duolingo, or even like the developers. Maybe it's like a developer stream or something. They probably got burned by all the constant cynicism, because popular things have constant cynicism, and they weren't ready for that. Language learning, in my opinion, learning in my opinion in general, is not ready for the cynicism and the brutal force of the Twitch community, like at large. Like, you know, spams, emote spams, bots, like so many things. That's why, in my opinion, Twitch hasn't really been successful at any form of educational material to this day, because pleasure and learning are not one and the same. It is one and the same for me. I actually think pleasure comes after learning. If I don't learn anything, it's not very entertaining or pleasurable to me. Call me old-fashioned. The difference of oki and nagai, it's oki is for person and nagai is for places. Yeah. That's fair. I didn't know that, but I'll keep that in mind now. I guess that explains the hiroi instead of ooki, right? Hiroi. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, hiroi. Although I sorta agree with you, but you can say something like Osaka. You could say something like Osaka wa oki. Right? And Osaka is a place. Or am I just being a pep and you can't actually say that? I'm pretty sure you can describe a city as big using Ooki. Am I being a pep? Have I seen this before? Let me see if I... Yeah, I've seen this before. This does look familiar, but maybe not. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. The Oki is for people only. Not sure.
レディースのコーナーはとても広いです。
Oh yeah, and Oki, you can describe like recently. Oki, enpitsu, enpitsu. Yeah, like a large pencil or big pencil. It's more like enpitsu. I remember a prompt already. Not that I'm saying Duolingo is correct, but enpitsu wa ooki. Yeah. Place, but like a room, bro, that kind of place. No, I'm saying oki. You're saying, yeah, no, I get that nagai is, but you're saying you can't describe a room or a place. This is a place though. That can be big. At least. Ready? I'll keep that in mind. I'll look at it after stream. I'm not quite sure anymore. Yeah, I'm not quite sure anymore. But I'm not quite sure about that. Okay. So, oh no, now we gotta get back. Ready? Rerisu, yeah, Rerisu no konna wa totemo hiroi desu.
この靴もボロボロです。
この靴もボロボロです。These shoes are also worn out. Hidari ni magarimasu. Hidari ni magarimasu.
Ni.
Magarimasu. Oh, scarf. What is it? Mafura.
Mafura?
No, mafura. Mafura no. Kona. Yeah, kona wa seta no migi desu. Migi desu.
No.
店員さんを探しましょう。
店員さんを探しましょう。店員さんを探しましょう。We should look for a salesperson. Okay. まずエレベーターに乗ります。エレベーターに乗ります。そして3階に行きます。
そして
So first we get on the elevator. Then we head up to the third floor. Or go to the third floor. Sorry, English. 右に曲がります。右に曲がります。カバンのコーナーはアクセサリーの一人です。Okay, 一人。Okay. カバンのコーナーはアクセサリーの一人です。No, 左です。My bad. 左。カバンのコーナーはアクセサリーの左です。Back section is to the left of the accessories, right? 靴下が買いたいです。Yeah, 買いたいです。I wanna buy socks. この靴下が欲しいです。I want these socks or this sock. This sock. I want these socks. I want this specific sock. Alright, it's kanji time. Alright, let's bootstrap through this, right?
左
左 Right, 左
左
Okay.
左
左
左
左
左
左
Or
左
右
右
右
右
右
右
右
右
右
右
右
Okay. 左 右 Okay.
左
左右
左
母外右
9
9
左左
右
左
左
水
満
左
右外
右左
Oops.
右左右
右線左前家
左雨
雨
右
右
じ
じ
左
左
前
前 I just realized I've been saying it incorrect the entire no never mind no that's just a vocal, that's a synthetic voices problem. Never mind.
左
Hidari. Never mind, I don't want to talk about it. I just heard something, a synthetic voice. It's an error in the synthetic voice. Never mind.
左
Oh, whoops. I must have typed. I made it.
左
Oh, did I type midari?
左
左
I meant to type hidari.
左
左
左
I keep trying to do midari instead of hidari. Okay.
左
左
These two kanji
左
flow so well, man.
左
左
左
I love the
Hidari.
flow of these two kanji. Alright, let's go up. Mokuyobi. Ki. Mokuyobi. Right. Nanyobi. Ki. Nichiyobi. Mokuyobi. Hito. Ki. Short. Ki.
木曜日
Okay.
木曜日
日曜日、今日、木曜日、山、い。Okay. 大学 and 先生。Sure. 大学、
大
先生、
1年生大学京都先生4回大学大学先生大学大学
3階何年生4階先生
先生先生
2年生大学4階先生何階You know, it's kind of funny. Here's another little fun thing. This is, you know, this is big, right? As in like oki. Oki. And dai is related to the phrase dai. As in big in Mandarin. And every time I hear daigaku, it's big school. Big school. As in the biggest of schools, right? As in the top. So it's a university. Right? And then all the other ones are also have similar things. Like even though I don't know the kanji for them yet, you have like the naka, the center, right? The center kanji for middle school that I noticed. And then chisai, the kanji for chisai is attached to elementary school, which is pretty cool in my opinion. I haven't learned them yet, but there was like a teaser somewhere for them.
大学先生
先生
1回
1回
4年生大学4年生大学4
Okay. Okay. Gotta love the little things. Can I hit the gotcha, please? Nope.
4
4年生 and sensei, sure.
2
2
年
年
生
生先
先週
週4年生
先生
40
40分
分え
せ
え
4年生
え
よ年生
先生
え
2
2
年
年
生
生先
先生
生4
4年
年
生
生先
先週
週
40
40
分
分 Can I get it? Ooh, I think we land on it.
Dai-
Daigaku. Yep, we land on it. Daigaku.
大学
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 Oh my gosh.
大学
I think my tablet is double tapping. I don't think it's
大学
Duolingo. I think my tablet is double tapping. I might need to, whoops.
大学
I need to replace it. Okay, so the thing in the middle is, oops. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Right? Yes. Okay.
大学
大学
I don't know if I can, I don't know if I want to bother with the inflection in the middle.
大学
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 I hate that school year lessons because I didn't know what is sophomore, junior, and senior. Oh, you're from a place that doesn't use freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior? I see.
大学
Yeah, that's definitely in
大学
American. That's definitely in American. I don't even know if
大学
British system or colonial places use that terminology really. All right, let's go up here. Soto.
外
I made a comment about that already.
外
Where while it
外
still exists, at least in the United States,
外
my education actually took me beyond that. So I
外
still use I use the same thing. First year, second year, third year, and fourth year. Now most of the time.
Kon-
And we got Konya.
今夜、
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 今夜今夜
今夜
今夜、
今夜、
All right, we got both of them. Let's keep moving up. Still got some time. Oh, that's do pyaku, right? Kyo. Or
600
yeah, do pyaku.
600
え
今日
今日時間700 600 900
600
え
600今日600
え
6
明日200今日600 800
今日今日
今日900明日600 700
600今日5分700 400 6
えNo, still got time. 1万 Okay. Oh. No, don't do this! 1日
1日
I know, I
1万
know. I know. Heck you.
1日1万1万1日
1日
1日
1万
1万
31日1回7000
1日
1日
火曜日1日5分1万1万
1日
31
31
日
日1つ3000 1万
1日
1日 Okay. Oh, typo.
買い物1日3日
I get so startled every time that error sound comes up
雨
because I don't expect it
1万
most of the time. It startles me all the time, man. Holy. It's like a jump scare every time. Holy moly. Save me. Mae.
前
Mae.
前
前、
前、
前、前、
前、
前、
前 前
All right, that's 15 minutes. Let's go. I think we can do the rest of this. We got to keep honest to our new structure and see if we can. It's going to be a tough call doing it this way, but we'll see. How many days are we in from? 10 days in? Yeah, it's going to significantly impact. Mada もっと sorry もっと静かなパソコンを探します。Right. もっと静かなパソコンを探します。もっと静かなパソコンを探します。Right. 彼女 oh no 彼女とピクニックを楽しみです。I'll enjoy a picnic with my girlfriend, right? Barbecue とピクニックを would you like? ありましょう No. You like to have Oh しませんか Yeah, the have. That's fine.
バーベキュー
と
ピクニックをしますか
Yeah, that works. Yeah. バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか？
ケーキを切ります。あ、ナイフはどこですか？
Oh, they can't cut the cake. Where's the knife?
花さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか？
They didn't actually say they can't cut the cake. They were just saying, oh, hey, there's cake. Do you know where? It's like, where's the knife? 花さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか？いいですね。ネットでホテルを予約しましょう。We'll reserve a hotel. Sounds good. We'll reserve a hotel on the internet, right?
7月2日に旅行しませんか
？7月2日に旅行しませんか？ Would you like to travel on July 2nd?
素敵な店を見つけました。
素敵な店を見ました。Oh, right. 見つけました。素敵な店を見つけました。見つけました。見つけました。Found? Yeah, 見つけました。Found. I found my favorite store. いいですね。明日一緒に行きませんか? Would you like to go with me tomorrow? Sounds good. Would you like to go with me tomorrow? Right.
山を楽しみます。
山を楽しみます。We're going to enjoy the mountains.
あの動物と遊びませんか？
あの動物と遊びませんか？はい、遊びましょう。Let's play with it. The animal over there.
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか？
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか？ Right. Would you like to have a barbecue and a picnic?
いつケーキを切りますか？
いつケーキを切りますか？ When are we going to cut the cake?
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
Oh, yeah. Wait. What is it? It's the reverse way. You have to leave, keep it going? Yeah, take care. Good luck, XT. Good luck. Maybe we'll sync up in terms of Duolingo soon enough. I'm going to look for a quieter computer.
猫と遊びませんか？
猫と遊びませんか? Would you like to play with the cats? With cats. Would you like to play with the cats? Oh my gosh, articles everywhere. Would you like to play with the cats?
先月原宿で可愛いカフェを見つけました。
Nice. I found a cute cafe in Harajuku last month. 先月。
先週渋谷で面白い店を見つけました。
Okay. I found an aquarium. I look at my notes because I didn't remember who to say Ampidio in English. I wrote that Oki is for size and Hiroi is like area or wide. Maybe this helps you? I still think you can use it for both, but that is a difference in definition, not a difference in usage. So not sure about that one. So I'll probably be able to answer my own question, but an area can be both big and wide. Oh, wait. Found an interesting Shibuya, Senchu, Shibuya de Omoshiroi Mise. Okay. Interesting shop in Shibuya last week. Senchu. Okay. 2日高い水曜日2日3日7
1日
Okay. 1日 Okay. 1日8雨合います5月
2日
Short. 前。3年生。新聞。
今日
4回。
雨
雨。
買います
Oh, this is the second personalized practice. Is the second personalized practice of the 3 personalized practice. I love this. This is like the kana kanji only personalized practice. 1日 5月 It's so much easier without needing to translate. 休みます Not that I don't want to stop doing that. It takes a lot more.
書きます
書きます
5つ
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 And I want to preserve the translation, obviously.
5月大きい100 1日9月
9月
安い
Okay. 私安い前今日1万
今日
Okay.
今日
あ、2人
2人
月曜日5つ水4人
5月
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 Okay. Off we go. 6つ
6つ
Oh, it's not. You can land on this segment. Okay, so they're not unique in order as well. It's still, you can land on this twice. I would love to land on this 3 times actually. 6つ5つ2人1日4人 Oh no, it's slightly different actually. Just kidding. はいsomething の川はきれいです。近く works. Position. The nearby river. Sure. その部屋 その部屋に what do we have? Hamster. No, that doesn't work. 4匹. Wait. Oh, 部屋に okay, in the okay. Hamster, yeah, hamster in the room, in that room over there. 4匹. 4. There are います. There are 4 hamsters in that room over there. Right. その部屋にハムスターが4匹います。
6つ
6つ Okay. 5月1日5月1日5月1日に出かけましょう。We should go out on May 1st.
いつがいいですか？
いつがいいですか？ Oh, right. When is good? 5月1日がいいです。May 1st is good? パソコンのモニターを買いました。Okay, buy a monitor for my PC or a PC monitor.
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。Oh, right. 何名様です。ですか？何名様ですか？ And seeing nan in the hirakana is still trippy. 2人です。2 people. Right. Welcome. How many people? 2 people.
昨日初めて歌舞伎を見ました。
There are 2. 昨日初めて doing that with the 昨日 next to the 初めて with the in the ひらがな。昨日初めて歌舞伎を見ました。Okay, I saw a kabuki performance for the first time yesterday.
どこがいいですか？
どこがいいですか？ハイキングは楽しいですか？北海道の川はどうですか？ Oh, that's interesting. どこがいいですか？ Where is good? 北海道の川はどうですか？ How about Hokkaido River or yeah, a river in Hokkaido?
このカフェにハムスターが4匹います。
このカフェにハムスターこのカフェにハムスターが4匹います。There are 4 hamsters in this cafe.
カイさん、先月何をしましたか？
カイさん、先月何をしましたか？初めてグッズの銀座グッズ初めて銀座の寿司を食べました。
スピーカーの電池も買いました。
スピーカーの電池も買いました。I bought batteries for the speakers too.
何名様ですか？
How many people? Yeah, no double X, no 2X, so we're just going. We're just going. 新しいジーンズを買いました。That works.
新しい靴下も欲しいです。
That's the same as the first one. Okay.
新しい
what?
新しい靴下も欲しいです。靴下も欲しいです。新しい靴下も欲しいです。
Okay, I want new jeans, or I want new socks. I also want new socks, or 2. この紫のドレス。Okay, let's try that again. この紫のドレスが大好きです。Okay. I really love this purple dress.
黒いパーカーはありますか？黒いパーカーはありますか？ありますか？
Is there a black parka hoodie? まずまっすぐ会います。
行きます。メンズのコーナーは2階です。
Menzu. Wait. Oh,
メンズ
menzu
の
no
コーナーは
wa
2階
2
で
です。
す。メンズのコーナーは2階です。
menzu no corner wa 2階です。The men's section is on the second floor. 靴下か買いたいです。
たい。
この靴下が欲しいです。I
欲
want
しい。
this. I want these
あ
socks.
このジーンズはボロボロです。
These jeans are worn out. What are we gonna do? デパートで新しいジーンズを探しませんか? Do you want to go look for new jeans at the department store?
まず、
First, take the elevator
そして、
and then take it to the first floor. To the third floor. Go to the third floor. Or you take the elevator, then you go to the third floor.
すみません、メンズのコーナーはどこですか?
Where's the men's section? Excuse me, where's the men's section? The men's section is on the second floor. Alright, now we're just gonna translate, I suppose. No, we shouldn't be so complacent. 新しい服が欲しいです。
欲しい。
I want new clothes. この黄色い、hey, yellow. この黄色いセーター。この黄色いセーターが買いたいです。I want to buy this yellow sweater. Yellow sweater.
すみません、パーカーはどこですか?
パーカーは T シャツの隣です。Okay, next. The hoodies are next to the t-shirts.
まず、まっすぐ行きます。
まっすぐ行きます。First, go straight. You go straight. We drop. This is one of the few examples where commands you actually drop the U, but
このセーターはボロボロですね。
Like that's kind of one of the funny parts. The parts where like in English you actually do drop a subject is when you do like things like that, where you drop you, like, or drop I as well. And that's kind of funny because you're doing that already with Japanese, but they still translate the subject into it. Even though colloquially you would drop it anyways. このセーターはボロボロですね。Okay. So, this sweater is worn out, isn't it? Okay.
紫のスカート。
紫のスカート。Purple skirt.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Not right now. Oh, what is huahua? Yeah, huahua. Yeah, huahua. Huahua. この帽子はふわふわ。Oh.
とても
ふわふわです。この紫の帽子はふわふわです。左に曲がります。左に曲がります。Turn left. マフラ Mafura no kona. And remembering scarf is gonna be a pain. Mafura no kona wa seiki. Hey, thanks. Anglin. Mafura no kona wa seta no migi desu.
Migi
desu. Elevate? No. Heckin'. I saw the elevator and I just wanted to say elevator. How this work? Dedisu. Dedisu.
Redisu?
No, redisu. Redisu no konna wa elevator desu. No. Just kidding. No elevator. 3階 3階です。エレベーターは南口の右です。It's next. The elevator is next. The elevator is is to the right of the south exit.
レディースの服？
レディースの服？ Sure.
あの階段を上がります。靴はジーンズの左です。
It's ありがとうございます。あの階段を上がります。階段, yeah, they omitted agarimasu. I'll see what happens if they categorize, if they catalog agarimasu. 階段を上がります. Go up the stairs. Go up the stairs over there, like that stairs over there. 靴はジーンズの左です。Shoes are next to shoes are to the left of the.
すみません。M サイズはありません。
すみません。
メートルサイズ。
What?
メートルサイズ。
Don't do that. M サイズ
は。
What?
すみません。M サイズはありません。
Oh, just asking if
ありません。
there. We don't have. Sorry, we don't have mediums.
すみません。マフラーはどこですか？
マフラーはどこですか？ Where are they? 右に曲がります。Turn right. マフラーは帽子の隣です。The scarves are next to the hats. Turn right, the scarves are next to the hats.
キラキラのカバンはちょっと。
キラキラの something. カバンはちょっと。キラキラのカバンはちょっと。
キラキラのカバンはちょっと。
No, I don't really like sparkly bags. Sure.
すみません。アクセサリーはどこですか？
アクセサリーはどこですか？左に曲がります。左に曲がります。Turn left. アクセサリーは靴の隣です。It's next. Accessories are next to the shoes.
右。
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 Sure.
まず階段を上がります。
まず階段を上がります。First, go up the stairs. You go up the stairs.
左。
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 はい、傘はアクセサリーの右です。
はい、傘はアクセサリーの右です。右です。Yes, the umbrellas are to the right of the accessories.
左に曲がります。
左に曲がります。You turn left. Okay. Okay. Tenin-sanを探しましょうか or 探しましょう。テニンさんを探しましょう。
店員さんを探しましょう。
8000。左。I keep saying do. 左。Save me. 左。右。7つ。レジは1階です。Okay.
レは1階です。
店員さんに聞きましょうか。
店員さんに聞きましょうか。Should we ask the salesperson? このカバン maybe このカバンは1000円ですか？カバンこのカバンは8000円ですか？少し高いですね。What are our other choices? 田舎 countryside 静か quiet 大きい air and 晴れ sunny
レジは1階です。
レジは1階です。
レジは1です。
Okay.
8300円。
8300円。Okay.
先週セーターを買いました。今度コートを買いたいです。I want to buy a coat next time. After buying a sweater last week.
全部で8000円です。ポイントカードはありますか？
No. はい、あります。Bonus card. Rewards card.
先月
スカートを買いました。今度ふわふわのマフラーが買いたいです。マフラーね。
全部で6010円です。ポイントカードはありますか？
いいえ、ありません。
ポイントカードが欲しいです。
ポイントカードが欲しいです。I want a rewards card. Moving right along.
今度近くのショッピングセンターに行きましょう。
今度近くのショッピングセンターに行きましょう。Okay, we should go to the shopping center. The nearby shopping center next time.
レジはどこですか？
レジはどこですか? Where's the cash register? Okay. Nope. Yep. Yeah, we have to complete the whole unit because then we won't have kanji practice in between, right? In between lessons, and I kind of don't like not having kanji practice in between because these don't have 2x.
レジの近くに店員さんがいます。あの店員さんに聞きましょ
う。Okay. Speak to a store employee. Ask him. Right. Oh yeah, all of these are same pool. So they pull all the lessons pull from the same thing. Maybe I was mistaken on the whole unique pools. I don't think the only unique pool is the first lesson. The first lesson has a unique pool, and then the challenge has a unique pool when you add a challenge modifier, but all of them pull from the same thing now, it seems. Kira kira no. Kira kira no, what sparkles? Naked desu. Naked desu ga kaitai desu. Sure.
レディースのコーナーは少し遠いです。まずまっすぐ行きます。あの大きい本棚の左に階段があります。レディースのコーナーは4階です。
Alright, it's upstairs.
レディースのコーナーは少し遠いです。まずまっすぐ行きます。あの大きい本棚の左に階段があります。レディースのコーナーは4階です。
I heard Oki Hondana. That's still a size thing. And now I'm trying to see where all the Okis are. Oki. Oh no. Okay. What objects can we use here? M saizu. Seta works. このセーターは M サイズですか？
メンズのコーナーは2階です。ここからまっすぐ行きます。あそこに階段があります。
Giving directions? Sure.
先月。今度
先月スカートを買いました。こんなふわふわ。今度ふわふわのマフラー。OK。今度ふらふらのマフラーが買いましたか？買いたいです。買いたいです。
この大きいパーカーはいいですね。でも紫はちょっと赤いパーカーが欲しいです。
They want a red hoodie, not a purple one. Miki? 右に Yes, 右に曲がります。右に曲がります。
の。
カバンのコーナーはアクセサリーの左です。
あ、このセーターはボロボロです。
どんな服屋で新しいセーターを探しましょうか？ Should we look for a new sweater at the clothing store? 靴下。靴下が kaitai desu ka?
たい
Kaitai desu. 靴下が買いたいです。この靴下が欲しいです。
欲しい。
全部で8000円です。ポイントカードはありますか？
はい、あります。
ポイントカードを使いますか？
Okay. Will you use your rewards card? Sure.
あの階段を上がります。靴はジーンズの左です。
Fair enough. It's directions.
まず2階に行きます。
まず2階に行きます。First, you go up. You go to the second floor.
左に曲がります。
左に曲がります。You turn left. I have not found any interesting grammar lately. Not yet. But tomorrow I will. Negative adjectives. Today we didn't. Shopping center. We shop for clothes. Did we find any interesting? Oh, someone told me some interesting grammar, which I'm not quite sure about. Is Oki is only used for persons, which it's used for persons. And nagai shiro hiroi is used for places, but I disagree. You can use ooki for places, but then the person made it specific and said one is big and one is wide, but that doesn't mean you can't use it for places. Ooki can be used for places. So I think we had a miscommunication there. It's not about what you can't, it's about what you can't use it for, not what you can. Even though they mean different things. I'm not saying they mean the same thing. But I'm pretty confident you can use ooki for yeah. And you can actually it can actually adjectively be extensive and spacious as well. What about I don't have a confident sense of what you can't use. Yeah, me too. But that was kind of the weird thing. That was where I was lost a little bit. So I'm not confident enough to know. I have to look. Because ooki and hiroi. So I don't have the kanji for hiroi. So ooki and hiroi. There was an instance where I'm like, I guess you could actually say totemo ooki, right, instead. And I was like, no, but these things have some nuancy meaning change. Sure, I could probably appreciate that. But the person mentioned that ooki is for persons, for people, and hiroi is for places. And then I mentioned, well, you can say a city is big, so it's not just persons. You actually describe cities a lot as ooki or chisai. Even like towns like machi, and then the person said, oh no, but it's like places like street, like michi, right? Michi, like street. Like a street can be spacious, right? Hiroi, but a street can be big too. Ooki. what I was talking about is the meaning of spacious in English versus big, right? And it was talking about a section, as in like a merchandise section. Oftentimes when people go to a shopping center or something, when they say something is spacious, it can mean a lot of things. And I was kind of brainstorming like, does it mean spacious as in it's very empty? Or is it filled with things? Like big. So that was the contrast between the two. Not that it really matters, because like sometimes I was talking about the nuances of English, not necessarily Japanese, because I don't know enough about Japanese, but English, where you say like, oh, this mall is spacious. That often means it's like filled with a lot of empty space, like in a nice way. Like it's big, it's lots of extra space, right? It's spacious. And then I start thinking about, like, if you go to the men's section in the men's section clothing, and then you say, oh, it's spacious. And my thought was, that's kind of weird. Because, yeah, you might want to go to a section that is spacious, but at the same time, like, is that something people notice? Like, hey, there's a lot of space. A lot of space in the men's section of merchandise. And then I started thinking, well, if you say the men's section is big, the men's section is big in English, right? The content, sometimes it's implying that the men's section isn't literally big, in the sense that, oh, it's very spacious, but it's filled with lots of stuff. Like there's a large selection of stuff. So in fact, it's the opposite of spacious a lot of times. Like the men's section is big, as in there's a lot of things in it. So it's less spacious. It's a big section. It has a large collection. Like you have a large collection. You have a big collection. And that's where I thought it was kind of funny. And that kind of derailed to Ooki is being used for people. Wait. So the person was talking about how Ooki, and at the end, the person said Ooki is to describe size, and Hiroi is to describe the area, like, or wide. That is a measure of size. Wide, area, those are literally measures of size. The nuance here is not regarding that. I was more confused about the statement about Ooki is for persons, which honestly, I don't even know if I've ever described a person as Ooki. Yet, I don't think I've ever described a person with Ooki. Obviously, you wouldn't describe a person with Hiroi. That's, I don't know how that works. A wide person. That's the only interesting potential grammar thing that I'm gonna look up. Other than that, no interesting grammar. Yeah, no interesting grammar. Oh, there is some interesting grammar, or like kind of usage more. Deiji, dedisu, like as in lady. Apparently that's not common. And Lotus said some other word, and I don't remember it anymore. But I know there's another word for this. Or like used in place of this? Do you happen to know what that word is? They said a lot. They actually said male and female section, right? I don't know how much menzu is as well. Oh, wait, kanojo. No, it's not kanojo. Kanojo to me is girlfriend. But I don't know. It's not kanojo though. It doesn't sound familiar. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, jose. Jose is what they said. So I'm waiting for that. So jose. I don't know the men thing. I don't know men's. But I think men's I don't know. That's probably the most interesting thing today. I'll talk to them again, obviously, when it comes up. They said I will learn it in the casual section. I don't know what the casual section is. Maybe much later in a unit in section 3. But I'll learn the words eventually. And that's it. Yeah, nothing to write about today. We also are doing a new thing. And we're completing entire units per day. I don't know how that's going to turn out. I have my concerns, but because of the new structure, we're completing whole units. As in one complete category without going back more than once. So we'll see how much. So where's the story? I forgot to check yesterday where my first story is. Where's my first story? This list, it just keeps going and going and going. It was originally like 28, so I'm guessing it's around 56. I think something like that. 56. Where is it? It's not even 56? What the heck? Oh, wait, no. Is it like 72? It's gotta be 72 then. 36. It's not that either? Wait. I don't see any stories. Oh, oh, here it is. 76. Oh my gosh. Kanojo is also she. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it is. I already know they're referring largely people that are girls is for Kanojo. Yeah, people that are girls. Yeah. We went over that too. Yeah. Although I don't know if you say Kanojo section yet. My stream schedule, I usually start every single day 7 to 8 hours from now. This is my end of my stream schedule. So every around the same time, every day, every single day, almost every single day. I'll probably say when is it. However, Duolingo on Mondays, I do something slightly different. On Mondays, I do a live service game for half the day. Oh, how am I going to be able to complete my Duolingo lesson then? Oh, I haven't even thought about that. Okay, so I have to wait till what? I have to wait till unit 76 before I get my first story. That's like, oh my gosh. So what does that mean? If I go at this rate, 70 days from now. 70 days from now, I'll read my first story. Not that I already haven't. I've already started reading stories, but I'm curious. In 70 days, it's probably gonna be 70. Today is what? May 9th? Yeah. 72 days. Because there will be 2 reviews. There'll be 2 review days by the time I get there. Oh, actually there might be 3 review days. 70 days. So 73 days from now, I'll finally see the first story. Man. Let's take a spoiler. Let's look at a spoiler for Unit 7. Now we can always end the day with a spoiler. What do we have? Use negative adjectives. What is the country? Because I don't know the same hour as mine. I am in the United States. I'm on the East Coast. East Standard Time. It is 11 p.m. right now. But I told you exactly the amount of time. So you subtract 8 hours. You subtract 8 hours from now. So rewind the clock 8 hours. To whatever time, whatever your local time is when I start. Usually. So how do I do, let's see, Tokyo no, is this Yongatsu or Yogatsu?
4. 東京の4月は暖かいです。
4月。
東京の4月は暖かいです。
Oh, interesting. 4月は暖かいです。Interesting. No problems, XD. No problems. You are free to come by and share all that interests you with Japanese or little interesting things that you learn Japanese. Anytime. What is this? Brazilu no. I think Hachikatsu works here. Hachikatsu. Wow, let's see. Atsu. Okay, Atsu kunai. Atsu kunai. Yes. So hot was Atsui, right? Atsui. Atsui. Then it became Atsukunai. Atsukunai. Yes, interesting. And then where's, okay. So Samui. And then they replaced it. Okay, so they're picking E adjectives. And it becomes samukunai. Wait, let me hear it actually.
ブラジルの8月は暑くないです。
暑くない。Oh, okay, 暑くない。
ここの9月はあまり寒くないです。ここの9月はあまり寒くないです。
Yeah, 寒くないです。Yep. So they drop the E and put kunai. Okay. What else we got? In February, what do you do? Wait. There's nothing new there. Oh, it's probably the response. Snowboarding. Where is it? Snowball. Alright, I like snowball. I can get behind snowball. Nope. That's it. And then we are brought back to Fuji-san. I'm curious if Indy is gonna go snowboarding. He said he was gonna hike, but I'm curious if Indy is gonna go snowboarding here, Fuji-san. He's gonna climb Fuji-san, but... Alright folks, that's a wrap. Today, it's been swell. I think I'm gonna have 2 half days, 2 half Duolingo days. Because there's no way that I will be able to do Monday with Neverwinter for 3 hours and then try to... It took about... I guess I kind of digressed today. Not that much though. Did I spend too much time talking about random things? No, it still took me about 7.5 hours. If I really book it and not talk too much, maybe like 5 hours. We'll have to see. What's today? Today is Mokuyobi. Okay. Otsukare. Otsukare. What? Oh, otsukare. Ooh. So is that the shortened version? It's like the casual form, right? Instead of saying the full phrase. Nice. Thanks. All right, folks. We're going to wrap it up. It is day 85. The end of day 85. It's been swell. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for listening. Well, once again, I like to iterate some of the messages that I say all the time because people ask these questions a lot. I think personally, when it comes to motivation, oftentimes motivation comes at lands on your feet, and energy and motivation can be regenerated really well if one continues to strive to solve problems, right? If you're thinking, let's just think about it this way in terms of learning together, right? If learning Japanese is quote unquote the problem, as in you want to learn Japanese, but there's a problem, something is stopping you. Oftentimes when you see other people with the problem, as in like if you witness and study or observe the other problem, maybe even participate in alleviating that problem by being, learning with the person and going through the problem. I think over time, if that, in my opinion, from personal experience, when you strive to do that, you'd be surprised how motivation and excess energy lands in your lap. Because that feeling of loneliness, the capacity to think that, oh, I need to do all of this. I also am the only one that have these problems. The internet is remarkable at connecting people who like, hey, we share a same quote unquote problem, as in I want to learn something so fast or so much so. If you're able to participate or even see the process happen, or you even participate in helping with the problem, I think over time you acquire so many different skills that you will intuit a way where every day you start slowly having this, if not a intellectual appreciation, a sudden intuition about, yeah, you know what? Today, I'm just going to learn Japanese. Let's start right now. And then fast forward 6 months, it's like, yep, that's exactly how it happened. Started doing, because what I'm used to, at least when people ask all the time where my motivation comes from and where my energy comes from, it's largely the shortest answer that is most concise I can be is that I spent most of my time solving problems in most of my time and life. My life presented a lot of different cultural dissonance, adversity, and if you don't have any, like if you're really privileged and you don't have any, go and look at them. Go and look at get a little interested in other problems out there and ask yourself how you would solve those problems, right? Maybe even help out your friend. Like one day it could be, hey, you know what? My friend doesn't want to go grocery shopping. How do I make it so that I can help them with grocery shopping? Meanwhile, also solving something that I need to do. So I would go up to my friend and say, hey, when do you do groceries? I will do groceries at the same time, and we can take turns driving together to get to the grocery store. And what happens is over time, you start thinking constantly at the idea of always entertaining different ways to, I don't want to say min-max your life. I think it's better said from another person who interviewed a very successful person. The idea is microdosing and constantly sort of maximalizing your life, but not in the sense that there is a cap. You're squeezing the value of each of the time. And for me, after solving so many problems, and overcoming a lot of problems, and then constantly making more and more time to solve more problems than other people's problems, it naturally becomes to the point where if I approach something, I make time, I liberate time. And even if you're feeling so insecure and incompetent, it's like, whoa, what if I don't have enough time to become so good at something or whatnot? You often don't even think about that, at least in my opinion. I don't often entertain the idea of failure because any time spent, I know I'm going to attempt to maximize it. Whether I fulfill someone's lofty goals that are projected upon me, I don't look that far in the future. I'm confident that I can make value with the situation, right? It is nice to have goals and keep you in line on your goals, but goals are fluid. So the shortest answer is, if you solve lots of problems, not many other things become so your insecurities kind of fade away. I want to quote something a few streams back when someone used ChatGPT and said that my unassailable intellect is only an attempt to mask my deep depths of insecurity in my soul or my life. And I'm like, well, yes, it's actually one and the same. If I did not overcome and combat and learn how to manage my deep insecurities and all the I was still very relatively privileged in my life, but even those adversities, I take them seriously. Any small little inconvenience in my life, any type of insecurities, I address them. I slowly work on them over time. I take inspirations and slowly build that. So it might sound like I'm arrogant or condescending or reassuring or whatever type of perspective, but know this, that when you're a person who feels like everything is always okay, that you can make it okay, like this is not okay, let's make it okay, you become a foundation. People around you will naturally be people like you when you can quite physically exude being okay. Like, you're having a bad day, let's talk about it. I will do my best. I've known over my life that many people have a lot of bad days. Let's try to make it less bad today. Then let's make it less bad tomorrow. Then the day after. And soon enough, I think the world is your oyster, right? At least I want to leave on that idea, that sentiment. Improve yourself a little bit at a day, right? Be it helping someone else solve their problems and then finding out how it could be useful for you, right? Even if you help someone and you don't know exactly what that skill is useful, you don't know what life is going to throw at you. So anything you learn in terms of solving problems, if it ever comes up, then that's awesome. You know how to solve it. If it never comes up, that's actually still awesome, because that means you never encounter that problem, right? The idea is constantly working on problem solving and critical thinking. It creates this sense of constant engagement. Like, whenever someone does something, I'm always thinking, how would I solve this problem my way or their way? So every time I need to learn something, it's a problem to be solved, because how do I engage myself? That's a problem, that kind of thing. So hopefully all of you smart people have some semblance of it. When you're free and you're happy and you're energetic, you're devoting some of that energy to solving a lingering problem or lingering insecurity or something, a little bit at a time. I think the best time, in my opinion, one of the ideal times to be engaging in problem solving is those few moments when you're happy, you're energetic, you're healthy. I used to call this the opportune moment to practice problem solving and critical thinking. Those moments are often times when it is trivial, as in you think you have other important things, but if you have just a smidgen of energy, you can devote it to smaller problems, then build up. Soon smaller problems become insignificant. Let's go to bigger problems and bigger problems. I actually got downvoted for this, so most people don't believe in this. They believe that they should prioritize big problems and deal with those big problems when they have to. Well, when the big problems come up, are you going to even be ready to deal with those big problems? I have friends and families that I can rely on. Those are built in case you fall, not built because you have to build them. So support systems, problem solving, critical thinking, when you have the opportunity and you're like rested, it's a great opportunity to like engage in that because you're not at your worst. When a big problem occurs and then you're caught at your worst, you hope that you have the skills to carry you through or have a support system. I think there are so many talented people who focus on what they can do and everything they can do, but when they fall, there's no one to catch them because they were so hyper focused on their interests, their goals, but not in the collective problems that exist for everyone, including themselves, right? So when you help someone else, there's a very good chance that person will be able to help you one day when you fall and do not see. So that's kind of my little take-home message from today when someone asked about energy and motivation. Anyways, you guys are an investment for it, and I always appreciate the challenging questions and things that we discuss along the way. It's an investment forward. That was how I got lucky in life. So you're wondering if luck do happen? It certainly does if you're constantly working on it. It's like playing the lottery every day, only the lottery doesn't expire, because the more people that can help you helped, the more likely that there is going to be someone who can help you one day. All right. With that, take care. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, both mentally and physically, right? And as always, また明日。じゃあね。